Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City Council meeting. Before we begin our regularly scheduled City Council meeting, we have a public hearing on two ordinances that went through a first reading at the previous council meeting, and now they're going to stand a public hearing before we put them on the next meeting agenda for a second reading and vote. So the first ordinance for public hearing is going to be ordinance number 1105 concerning amending City Code Chapter 25, Boards and Commissions. Ordinance 1105 concerning amending City Code Chapter 25, Board Committees and Commissions, an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre, Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, and Sections 33 and 34 of the Havre Grace City Charter to amend City Code 25, Boards, Committees, and Commissions, Article 1, Section 25, Duty to Report. Hold on one second. I have no pre-filled out forms for people to speak on ordinance 1105, so I will call on the audience in general. Is anyone here this evening to speak on 1105? Okay. Any council members want to comment on 1105? All right. Without any comments from the public or comments from the council, public hearing on ordinance 1105 is closed at 7:04. We have one other ordinance for a public hearing. That is ordinance 1106 concerning delegating additional administrative duties to the Director of Administration. An ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre, Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article, and the Annotated Code of Maryland, and Sections 18, 33, 34, and 48 of the Havre, Grace City Charter to delegate the Director of Administration additional administrative duties. Again, I don't have any pre-filled out forms for speakers, so I'll call on the audience at large. Is anybody here this evening to speak on 1106? All right. Okay. Any comments from the council? All right. Without any comments from the council or the audience, I will close public hearing on ordinance 1106. The time is 7:05 p.m. Okey-dokey. I call to order a meeting of Havre Grace Mayor and City Council. The date is May 1st, 2023. The time is now 7:06 p.m. Roll call. Council President Ringsager.
Here.
Councilmember Robertson.
Here.
Councilmember Zinner. Here. Councilmember Boyer.
Here.
Councilmember Shenagas.
Here.
Councilmember Martin.
Here.
All council members are present and accounted for. Could I kindly ask everyone to join me for the Pledge of Allegiance and the opening prayer? I pledge allegiance to
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If I could kindly ask everyone to remain standing, as it gives me great pleasure to call forward Reverend Mary Whitehead of Spearhead Global Outreach for the opening prayer. Good evening. Thank you very much for being here.
Good evening. It's so good to see you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Father God, we come before you today to speak blessings upon this council meeting. May you stretch forth your hand and bless this city of Havre Grace with your love, mercy, and grace. May your wisdom be with and upon the leaders, bringing forth peace, security, safety, and prosperity through their decisions. We ask that you continue to bless the city of Havre Grace and those who work and attend activities here. Tonight we pray for our mayor and council. Lord, may your presence and your direction lead this council meeting. In the name of Jesus, we do pray. I speak a blessing upon this meeting and upon the leaders. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. and grant you his peace. Amen.
Amen. Reverend Whitehead, thank you so much for your words.
I would like to say everyone is invited to Blessing by the Bay on Sunday.
Blessing by the Bay this Sunday at Concord Point Lighthouse.
Concord Lighthouse, 3 p.m. And there is the blessing of motorcycles
I'll be
again.
there on motorcycle.
Yes. So please, come on out.
We will. Thank you so much for reminding everybody. Have a
Okay.
wonderful evening. Thank you.
God bless.
Item number 5, approval of the minutes, City Council meeting minutes, April 17th, 2003. Council will have a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Zinner, seconded by Councilmember Shenegis. Questions or comments on the minutes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. City Council meeting minutes of April 17, 2023 are approved by council 6-0 in the affirmative. We have item B, City Council Public Work Session meeting minutes on proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. This was the public work session from April 24, 2023. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Council President Ringsager. Questions or comments on those minutes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. City Council Public Works Session meeting minutes on the 2024 proposed budget from April 24, 2023. Those minutes are approved 6-0 in the affirmative. We're going to go to item number 6, comments from citizens. This is the part of the meeting. If you're here to comment on anything that's on the agenda for this evening, now's the time to do so. If you're here to also comment on any other matter of city business, this is the time to do so as well. Normally what I'll do is if anybody pre-filled out a form online or pre-filled out a form at the door, I'll call on those citizens first. But when I'm done with the forms, then I'll open up the floor at large for anybody who wishes to speak. Okay? So, okay, Dr. Jesse Monastersky. Did I say it right? Oh, thank you. Welcome, sir. Please. Good evening and welcome to the council meeting. Maybe just have your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Dr. Jesse Monastersky. Mayor William Martin and council members, good evening. I've prepared written remarks that I'll read so I could stick within 3 to 5 minutes. I really am most appreciative for you affording me the opportunity of speaking this evening. And again, I'm here with my wife, Safitri, who's sitting in the front row. I have to add, it's good to hear the Pledge of Allegiance cited. I've not heard it at a public gathering in many years, so this is a first for me. It's really good to hear. I live at 1646 Vista Bay Court, Havre, which is part of the Scenic Manor subdivision adjacent to Bully Rock. I've lived in beautiful Havre for a little less than 2 years. I'm the second owner of my property. The house was built 2018. I'm a retired Navy physician, presently working as a federal civilian for the Department of Defense. I've been in public service for the U.S. government for 43 years. Being a public health physician has allowed me to participate in town hall meetings with elected officials, concerned citizens, and private interest groups. Our backyard consists of a flat piece of grass lawn and a steep hill. Our property line extends about a quarter of the way up the hill. The previous owner cleared the weeds and scrub brush and laid landscape fabric for weed control. He planted a line of evergreen trees halfway up the hill and planted a series of ornamental bushes and flowers. We added more flowers and ornamental bushes below the trees. Before purchase of our home 2 years ago, we were informed by our realtor and sellers that half of the hill was owned by the farmer, and as the hill was steep, they had no concern over plants on the hill. We were also told that any new development was more than 10 years out and that home construction would start remote from our property. Last week, I invited a landscaper to look at our yard and provide an estimate for putting fresh mulch on the hillside as the mulch needed replacement. It was John Donaldson, who you probably all know, who owns J.D. Lawn Care. He advised that before proceeding that I should visit the city or county planning commission to see what the development plans were for the farm in general and area at the crest of the hill before proceeding with any investment in hillside landscaping. I'm sure glad I did. I subsequently met Marissa last week and got a copy of the plans. I then discussed the plan development with your Director of Administration, Steve, and Director of Planning and Zoning, Tim. Both were extremely informative and helpful, as was Marissa. And it's refreshing to see that in city government, by the way, such nice personnel. But I was dismayed to learn that construction with excavation and grading could start within the month, that the plans had in fact been approved by the Planning Commission mid-June 2021, and that the proverbial horse was out of the barn, that it was too late to do anything. I was also informed that the Planning Commission had invited public comment 2 years ago, but none of the affected homeowners voiced concern during a 30-day period of an open comment period. This predated my home purchase by a very brief period. Yet it is hard to believe that 0 affected homeowners showed up for a meeting that had supposedly been well advertised. In fact, I think that had my neighbors been afforded the opportunity to provide input to the Planning Commission, we would have asked for the planners to endorse the further setback of the new homes so that it would lessen the impact on the homes built below. Apparently, as the developers hope to build additional homes to the 155 already planned, the Planning Commission will have another opportunity to re-examine the plans and to invite public comment. If that is the case, I ask to be notified so that I can attend. Our concern over the way the developer has laid out the planned community above us is that our properties will be subject to water and storm runoff from above, potentially making our yards wetter and more mosquito-prone. We will forfeit seeing daylight from our backyards and windows, and instead our properties will look at the backside of houses above us, reducing our enjoyment of our expensive homes. Moreover, our homes may very well depreciate in value. We, in short, will suffer financial and emotional harm. My contention is that the city planners did not adequately look out for the interests of the present homeowners. Instead, they may have accommodated the developers whose goal is only to maximize the number of houses on the land. This is most disappointing and distressing. I hope that the office of the mayor may have a say in how to remedy this unfortunate situation, to find a means to make everybody affected satisfied with the outcome. In closing, thank you for your attention and for making my comments part of your record. I really appreciate it. And I fully understand that this is really meant for the Planning Commission, but you know, that door has been closed. The only opportunity at this point is to talk to you, Mr. Mayor, and your city council.
I appreciate you coming here to speak, sir, and welcome. You did a great job. And it's my understanding you spoke to my Director of Administration last week.
And Tim as well.
And Tim, yeah, I heard that you had a good conversation with a very nice man.
Yes, absolutely.
So, thank you. You said you have written comments. Could you have a copy you could leave with us?
I could. Do you want me to send it to you, Steve? Because I'll clean it up and send it to you.
Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Sir, thank you again.
You bet. Next one on my list is Megan Cantor. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome. And can we have your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
My name is Megan Cantor, and my address is 1640 Vista Bay Court.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I am here as well as another few sets of neighbors. I was an original homeowner, built my house back and moved in 2019. When we were looking at the homes, and this is not just myself, this is actually everyone along that back row of houses. And I don't know if anyone has actually stepped foot into the neighborhood and taken a look.
I have.
Okay, I was going to say, I invite all of you to come and take a look and see where these houses are going to lie. But we were told that there was a 20-year trust and that nothing would be built behind us. So we look at the, is it Mount Felix? Winery, the winery behind us. So out my bedroom window in the back of my house, I can see a nice open field, the beautiful house sitting up there, and sometimes the cows. And that's why I bought that house for $479,000. Now, by the way, what our houses are going for now, the recent comps are $600,000 to $655,000. I feel that, now this, again, we were told that there was the trust, and then about 2 years later, we found that that was not true. And we were told, and I'm not sure who said, but it was somebody in the member of the commission that said that, well, you know, it's your due diligence as a homeowner to do all that information, which wasn't extremely happy about that because, you know, I feel like when you're purchasing something, you should be able to take someone at face value. What they're saying should be truthful, right? They have a fiduciary duty. I know real estate agents do. With that being said, we learned later that there was going to be this plan. I actually have a copy of that initial plan, and it came off of the scenic manor above us and looped around. And then on Saturday, when I was speaking with Jesse, he said, no, there's a new plan. And I said, what do you mean there's a new plan? So then we went through and I looked at the plan, and at first I was okay with them building because it wasn't directly behind my house. And now again, my concern is going to be the runoff. There is a water easement that runs back along those houses. And I guess my question is there any study that says that, hey, this isn't going to be a problem? You know, there's a water easement for a reason, right? So concerned about that, devaluing my home. You know, I spent almost $500,000 on a house, and I didn't spend that for somebody to be another house towering over top of mine. So I feel like that it's going to devalue my home. And if it devalues my home, then it's also going to devalue the other homes in the area. Because real estate works on comps. So I have great concerns about that. The other question I had was, okay, now this is my first time learning of these homes being right behind mine. And again, I invite all of you to come look and see what that looks like. It's a very, very steep hill. How is the public notified? Because I walked down the street today to every single one of my neighbors, and not a single one of them knew of this. Not a single one. How is the public being notified? I mean, that's my question. And what I think that I would like from you guys is some sort of actionable plan to make sure that this is not going to affect us in a negative way. Any other comments? Neighbors?
Well, I'll just answer one question for you.
Sure.
And I've been back in your court a few times. I'm just sitting here thinking to myself how old I am, because I remember when it was just nothing but grass, field, and rocks, and I remember the developer was going to abandon the whole project, and I mean, it was just, I remember Steve was on council, so it's like I'm sitting here thinking about the whole project. Mm-hmm. And been back in the court and was under construction. Now, I haven't been in anyone's backyard since your house has been built, but as far as notification to public, and I want to, and I have a suspect feeling there's going to be people come up here talking about maybe some fees and stuff like that. We love the comments. We want the input. We always want the input. This administration tries very, very hard to announce everything that we're doing, whether it's webpage, social media. Unfortunately, and I think everyone in this room knows that we don't really have a newspaper anymore. It's one person that works for the Aegis. His name is Jason Fontelo. And he lives in Baltimore. That's our county newspaper right now. They got rid of the Record. The Aegis comes out on Wednesday and Friday, and when you get the Friday edition, it says the Aegis and the Record. There's no coverage for anything. Now we are obligated by law, like whenever we do ordinances or commission meetings, public hearings, we have to advertise in papers, and we do. But, again, the paper has less and less distribution. Not everybody checks out the webpage. We try everything we can. The whole area where you live now was, the Mount Felix, and you had the Green property, you had the Patron property. That was all part of a big annexation plan that happened back in 2014. And there was a lot of public hearings and public meetings on it. And everyone knew that we were going to eventually, not the city, but everyone knew that somebody was going to eventually come to the city with a development plan to develop it. Like I said, I've done this for 15 years now, 7 years as a council member and 8 as a mayor. And I'm not, and I think the council members up here feel the same way, we're not the kind of people that say, well, you should have known about it. We're not saying that. And we have a ton of sympathy when people come for the first time and they say to us, this is the first time we've heard about this. And the reality is, everyone in this room has more important things in our life to deal with. Sure. You got to go to work, you got to take your kids to soccer games, tennis matches, and you got, take care of your mom or whatever it is. Like, you don't need to be like saying, oh my God, it's Friday, let me set my Google Calendar so I can check the newspaper to see what laws are being passed. So we're very sympathetic to everyone here tonight to talk about things they've heard about for the first time. So just like I said to the previous gentleman that spoke before you, we'll take everything in consideration to make sure things are done properly without being a detriment the best we can. Nobody's trying to devalue anybody's home. And the city of Havre Grace, from what I've learned, and I'm not a native Havre, I moved up here in like 94, but the city of Havre Grace piecemeal through the 70s and the 80s and the 90s has not really thought things out very well when it came to planning. Anybody that's driven some of our roads and neighborhoods, no one ever thought there was going to be additional development anywhere. So this administration, this planning department, this council is going to make, go through extreme measures to make sure whatever happens, it's not going to be a detriment. Will there be a development up there? There probably will be. That's why the city annexed it 9 years ago. But we're going to do the best we can to make sure that it all fits perfectly with a purpose and a good design. So everybody's home values will grow. No one's going to have mud run on through their backyards. Nobody's going to have traffic jams. So again, we'll take in consideration. We're very sympathetic to the plight. And so I'm glad you came here tonight to speak. So I hope I kind of say some words on behalf of council as well. And anyone else, please come up, speak. Tell us what you feel. Tell us what you think. But again, we appreciate your time up here. And if you have any emails or anything in writing you want to send us, please send it to us.
Yes. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Robertson.
Just a question. I know a while back we saw kind of like a high-level view of an idea of a plan for that property. Is there actually like a development plan now? Is that what they're speaking about?
If I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so when we required the single concept plan, as you recall, and
I have to explain that to everybody.
so a single concept plan, when the city annexed this property some years ago, there were 3 property owners, and it was a very large tract of land, I think around 290 acres. The smallest parcel was owned by Mrs. Patron, which was about 5 acres. The Green family owned the bulk of the property, and then Mount Felix Winery owned roughly about less than 20 acres. When the annexation occurs, so just to kind of give you that scope of what's required, it's a process that takes about 6 to 8 months, and there's a number of public hearings and waiting periods. There's 3 bites at the apple on the annexation, and then there's a rest period where it rests. Annexation this size, we allowed to rest for, I think it was 3 meetings in between when it was last heard and then when the final annexation would take effect, because that allows the citizens to, if they feel it's not a good idea and there wasn't enough public sentiment to stop it, that they could actually petition it. So there's that petition period. So none of the above occurred. The property was annexed. And then I would say likely it took about 3 years, maybe longer, to get the single concept plan approved. And the single concept plan was important to the previous councils that were here up through the Martin administration, because it was such a large tract of land. We wanted this continuity of a development. As the mayor said, we have, Ivy Hills, and then you have Grace Manor, and then we have Bayview Estates, and it's kind of all chopped up, and we have complaints that people are driving through neighborhoods that weren't meant to be throughways, just they were meant to be a single collector road for that development, and we have a lot of dissension with people that purchased their house not knowing it was going to turn into a throughway. So the single concept plan took a number of years to hammer out. Mr. Grimm was here, and I think Martirano actually started with it. And so what we have is that high-level plan, Councilman, that you're speaking of. And it kind of lays out what's R1, which is residential 1, where you have single-family homes, residential 2, which is a little more dense and residents required, and then there's a commercial component up there as well. The previous speaker spoke about the environmental, MHT environmental easement. There is, in fact, that is a fact, there is one. However, it's not behind your house. It's up on the roadside of 155. And Tim may be able to speak to the amount of it. I think it's about 80 acres to 100 acres, somewhere in that neighborhood. Now, there is an easement that you spoke to that's back there. That's actually where our sewer line is, not water line. And there's also some standing tree delineation back there that can't be disturbed as well. But so what's happened in the meantime is several developers, the Green family who owns the bulk of the property, about 2 or 3 years ago, after the single concept plan was passed, and that laid out the road network, the stormwater management for the entire facility, a 5-acre park that was part of the single concept plan. So all that was included in this high-level plan, and then the Green family starts selling off parcels. This was the first parcel that they sold off, which is, I think it's going to wind up being about 150 or 60 units, don't hold me to it, somewhere in that neighborhood. And that first batch is what we went to the Planning Commission with. The property was posted. The notification process that the state requires us to do under Planning Commission, Mr. Borsier can speak to in more detail. Those requirements have to be met before the Planning Commission can even hear the case. And the Planning Commission is made up by our neighbors, people from within the community. It's chaired and has been for some time by Volney Ford, who has a fair amount of knowledge within with the city and construction and development as well. Most of the comments I think we received from those Planning Commission dates was primarily that involved the Patrone parcel, which is to the rear of the Scenic Manor Drive residents that are there. Because in essence, they were going to lose their, what they considered a buffer yard in the back with the standing timber that was back there. That they were hoping that the developer would either sell to them or leave the buffer. The other big issue was the through road coming through Scenic Manor Drive going into the new development, which when Scenic Manor Drive, or Scenic Manor was approved way back when, the Scenic Manor Drive was just that. It was going to be a drive that would go into the Green property and then also become a collector road for that development as well as Scenic Manor. And then there was multiple other road systems that would then exit out onto Bully Rock Parkway, going out toward 155. So that whole collector system always included a through road into the Green property at Scenic Manor, at the end of Scenic Manor Drive. That is why when the developer was building Scenic Manor, we asked them to put up a barricade and said, future through road. Because if somebody was going to purchase, we didn't want them to think that they were purchasing on a cul-de-sac. Because I think that would upset any of us if that was the case. But as far as this development that started out with Mr. Don Sample, has been in and out, going through the Planning Commission. I know that the Director of Planning has commented a number of times in his comments of where we stood on that. There is a number of requirements that the developer has to manage and maintain, one of which is stormwater management. And I mentioned this to Mr. Jesse, that the design of the plan, the development, has to prevent stormwater from coming on other people's properties. That's a given in any development. So to be on the record saying you have a concern about it, and the stormwater management plan has been reviewed by our professional engineer here. It meets all the standards and requirements of the state of Maryland. So that's something we would definitely monitor if there was infiltration that was coming in other people's yards. And then there's a litany of other requirements, and Mr. Boursier, you may want to comment on those, of what's required to get to the development to the stage in which we are today. And those were my words, the horse is out of the barn, to Mr. Jesse, because they are planning to get their grading permit and do mass grading up there within the next 30 days.
Yeah, just briefly, once annexation occurs, it goes to subdivision. And so there's a preliminary subdivision plan that comes in. So that preliminary subdivision plan for Scion Hill was heard by the Planning Commission on June 15th. So sometime in May, residents adjacent to that area would have seen signs. They would have received a notice in the mail. It would have been advertised on our website, I guess in our local newspaper. So that would have happened sometime in May 2021. So prior to going to the Planning Commission for a preliminary subdivision review, those plans are sent around in-house, and we provide a set of comments concerning everything from stormwater, the size of the lots, how the houses should be set back, the configuration of roadways. I mean, on numerous things. The police department looks at landscaping. We really do a very as thorough as we can to provide as many comments and information to the Planning Commission so they can make an informed decision. At that time, they'll hear from the applicant, and they'll have their own questions, and then they'll make conditions. So once those conditions are made, they have usually, the applicant has 3 years to meet those conditions. So then they engineer all their plans for stormwater, for grading, for sediment and erosion control, all those things. All those are put together by an engineer, and then they're submitted to the city, and it's reviewed by our engineer. So it gets sort of double engineered or reviewed by two sets of engineers. Once all those conditions are met, we sign off on the final plat, and then it's recorded, and then they begin their work. So at this point, when people are speaking today, this project was finalized probably about 60 to 90 days ago with all the engineering and everything that was completed.
Thank you, Tim. And thank you very much, Steve. I'd like to call up Leah Cottaggio. Good evening, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
May we please have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Leah Cottaggio, and I live at 1306 Lewis Lane in Havre, Grace, obviously.
Welcome.
Like I said, my name is Leah Cottaggio. I was born and raised in Havre, Grace. I am a current high school coach, a middle school coach, a rec coach, as well as managing one of our AAU basketball teams. And my son is an avid, both of my children, as well as my nephews and my nieces, they are all involved in the sports here in Havre, Grace. And my son, who's in the 5th grade, wrote a letter to you. It is part of his Patriot package that he had to complete, and I wanted to read it to you and then follow up on a few things. Dear Mayor Martin, good evening. My name is Yanni Cottaggio Hoke, and I am a 5th grade student at Havre Grace Elementary School. I'm writing to you because there is no room for, he thinks he's a preteen, but he's only 11, preteens and teens, let alone children, to play basketball when it is raining outside on the weekends or when kids are not in school. I love playing basketball, but when it's raining outside, I can't play because there are puddles and it's wet. I get bored because I have nothing to do since there are no indoor courts available to me. But there is an old high school gym sitting and there's nothing happening in there during the days. It's just sitting for no reason. Can we please open the gym up? I volunteered with my mom, my dad, my brother, and my uncle for 2 hours cleaning up the old high school and to make sure there was no trash in the locker rooms and all their equipment was cleared out. Opening the gym will give us a safe way to play ball. It will help us with good use of free time, freeing our minds, and not stress over the things that we shouldn't be stressing as kids. And it will help us get better at playing and staying in shape. Also, opening the gym will allow kids off the street and from doing stuff that they are not supposed to be doing. Lastly, opening the gym will get us to make new friends in our community and that we don't usually go to school with, speaking of Meadowvale as well as Havre Grace Elementary. And let us learn and introduce to new unfamiliar people. I hope you think about opening up the old gym, the old high school gym, so that we, the teens and preteens, have a safe place to play basketball since there is no other place that we can play indoor. I hope you can bring this up at your next meeting. Sincerely, Yanni Contagio Hoke. I was at that. I actually coached your daughter as well a couple years ago, and my kids helped with the rec clean up, and they keep asking why they can't, constantly have the access to that facility that they've been playing in. I played in that facility with Parks and Rec. I went through every program Havre Grace had. I know a lot of faces. I participated in everything. I volunteer all my time is, with the schools, the rec, we clean up trash around town, and I think that it's very important that our children have the opportunity to walk in a facility and not have to always request, oh, there's no space because XYZ. I did sit at the last rec meeting, and one of the things that we did I brought up was we keep building. And I just heard, there's more space being, houses coming in. So you're telling me more families, more children, and we do not have facility space to accommodate that. We don't have fields. We can't, we have to turn down different programs because we don't have the facilities outside as well as inside. I am very, that's my passion. 1, children, 2, sports. I've ran a rec program, 26 programs for 3.5 years down in Worcester County, and that facility would be amazing if it was constantly open to the children. I know we get pickleball in there in the back, and that caters to a different age population, but the kids are our future, and if we don't give them something to do in Havre Grace, other than go to the park and the promenade, which everybody does, they're going to do things that, 1, the police don't want them to be doing, and 2, littering around town, just loitering. We see that now, somewhat. I grew up in the Havre Grace projects. It's gone. It was my favorite place to be because we were kids. We got out. We were able to play. And now with, changes in facilities and things like that, we just don't have a place for the kids. And I would volunteer my time to sit there. If there was a form or a liability form, you know what, we can have drop-in, you can take my phone number, I will sit there so 10 kids can go play. It doesn't have to just be basketball. It can be volleyball one day, it could be soccer one day, but I think it's something that the kids really, really need. And I'm open to sit down with anybody and help you create a plan. I know I spoke, with your wife previously. That's something I did, and I'm very, very passionate about making sure our children have something to do, not just being out in the streets. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'd like to call forward Ms. Lori Maslin.
Really want to call me forward?
Would love to. Hi, Ms. Maslin. How are you today?
I'm good, Mayor Martin. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Lori Maslin, 100 South Washington Street. And I am looking at ordinance 1102, and I understand that Councilman Ringsaker is going to be offering an amendment to this, that the fee schedule for permits under residential rentals is going to be amended for only short-term rentals of 30 days or less. Would that be correct?
So the ordinance already is just for short-term. It just,
Okay.
it's less than articulated in the wording. We're going to just put in parentheses, short-term rental. So if you look at the previous ordinances we have, it specifically states that the short-term rentals are found under Section 70 of the City Code. That's subsection 147-15 of Ordinance 1098. So that just refers to that line where it says rentals, and it should say short-term rentals. So yeah, we're just adding that. So the actual rental ordinance for the long-term rentals, stuff like that, that's down the road. We're going to work on that and fix stuff. And the reason why there is a fee associated with the short-term rentals is because, first off, we need to get the program off the ground. We need to buy the hardware, the software rather, for the program, and then we want to make sure these places are safe, so people can stay there, and basically they're not turning into slums. So we want some accountability.
And help me with this, okay? Does Chapter 70 or Title 70, whatever we call it here, does that define short-term rentals? Does that define them as, we're talking Vrbo, Airbnb, motels, hotels, boarding houses? Does it define those?
Yes, it does. Correct, Tim?
I got it.
Chapter 70, no. Chapter 147 and rentals does.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so this is intended to change 147, the fees?
So the section that Council President had mentioned, Chapter 147.15, subsection C, I believe, says that all fees associated with short-term rentals are listed in Chapter 70. So once that ordinance was passed, this amendment to the fee schedule was in response to that Chapter 147 approval.
Okay, so then that takes me where I'm actually wanting to go. Because what my problem is that we're defining under buildings built for human occupancy, we're defining them as everything from a standard residential building, which I assume is a single-family home, to hotels, motels, conference, board, all at nursing homes, medical. Are we going to, is this new ordinance right now, even if you just put in short-term rental, it appears to me, and if I were representing a client, and they came to me and said, oh, how do I interpret this ordinance? It appears to me that I would be telling my client who owns a motel that he or she may have to pay X amount of dollars because it could be considered an apartment. Or are we, how are we defining these? I see April shaking her head, and I get it. Because part of my problem with this ordinance is that we refer back to 42 other ordinances. And that's where the real issue for me is. If you want to put out a permit schedule, great. Put out a permit schedule. This is what permits cost for these things, and this is the code section that applies to it. Because also in here, you have a paragraph noted as food truck operator, hawker, vendor, peddler, solicitor, peddling, and soliciting. Well, that's section 127. And then you got it listed over here where you have the food truck fees listed over in 127, but now you have new fees for non-food trucks listed over here in this ordinance, and then you also note at the bottom up food trucks. So that's where my confusion comes. It's very, very vague. It seems vague in how things are being defined and how things are being set forth. Because why would I go if I look up, and I just did it a little while ago because you know I own food trucks. So I keyed in on the code, on the legislative part of our website. I put in food trucks. And what popped up? Popped up 127. And it tells me about hawker peddler licenses, and oh, by the way, you know, it doesn't apply to me because I'm required to have a state license, but you may think it applies to me, even though I'm on my own commercial property, doing my food trucks that are properly licensed by the Harford County Health Department and the state of Maryland with my hawker peddler license, so I'm accepted, but I'm not accepted. Am I accepted here, but I'm accepted there, and I'm not. So this is where my problem is, that we create these ordinances that refer back and forth to each other, that don't define things very well for the layman, for the average individual, for the average Joe sitting out here says, does this apply to me? How do I figure this out? And they shouldn't have to, in my opinion, it hurts my business, I get it. They shouldn't have to go to a lawyer to have them tell them, this is what you do need and what you don't need. And that's part of the problem, and I'll give you an example. Recently, we had a fire in one of our rental properties. And prior to doing anything or making any decisions as to what we were going to do with that property, because one side is pretty much, it's a duplex, one side is pretty much a total loss, the structure is still there. The other side was so damaged by putting out the fire on the one side, we had a lot of options. Do I want to go in? Do I want to rebuild? Do I want to go in? Do I want to demolish the entire property and bring in, well, I don't know, a modular? Do I want to demolish the entire property and rebuild a new structure? Not a modular that I have, you know, someone come in and actually hammers and nails. Do that. So what I did was I asked the city, because I did a little research on my own, and I said, hey, can I come in and sit down and give you my options and find out what requirements I'm going to be looking at for each of these options? And that's what I did. Unfortunately, Tim wasn't available that day, but I sat down with Mr. Gamatoria, and I sat down with Marissa from the Department of Planning. We went over several things, and we got a couple of ideas. Well, if you tear it down, you're going to need new water hookups to the tune of this and that. Yeah, okay. And we sat probably for a good 40, 45 minutes. I then go home, and my husband and I are talking about what do we want to do. Well, modular would be nice. I then start getting emails. Forgot to tell you, if you do this, you'll need to do that. Forgot to tell you, if you need to do this, you're going to need to do that. And then we get referred to the international code. And this is another issue, because you can't just look up the international code. There is not a resource on the city website to look up the international code. You can pay X amount of dollars, because I've tried to look it up. You can pay X amount of dollars to try and look up the international code, and you can get a copy of it. I can buy a copy of it. I think it's $250. Might be more, might be less. So maybe we need some better, I don't want to say code writing, maybe, and some better clarification and some better integration of our code so that the average Joe is not confused. Because if I have questions and I read code all day long, what's everybody else doing? So, and I'll look forward to partaking in the new long-term rental process as a landlord here in the city. Because yes, the ultimate thing, I was talking to Councilwoman Boyer, the ultimate thing is, do we have safe properties for people to come and stay in, whether it be short-term or long-term? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maslin. My last pre-filled out form I have, before I call on the audience at large, I'd like to call up Mr. Bob Rudy. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Sir, how are you? Mr. Mayor, Mr. President, council members, thank you very much for having me back again. We were here, my spouse Becca and I were here a couple of weeks ago asking for your permit for Frank Hutchins Park for the Golden Rule ship to stay, visit, pier at from May 4th to 7th. And I thank you very much for your permit, and thank you very much for your Director of Administration and his staff and all the support you've given us since then. It's been very, very helpful. And things are going forward. They're going to be here during this very busy weekend, Defenders Day and everything else that's going on, the Decor Festival. So I think it's going to be exciting, and I'm sure the weather's going to be wonderful. Becca sailed on the Golden Rule from Annapolis to Baltimore a few days ago, and I'm going to sail on it when it leaves Havre de Grace, going up to probably Wilmington. The Golden Rule, for folks who weren't here 2 weeks ago, is the ship that sailed, it's 35-foot, two-master that sailed from California going to the Marshall Islands in 1958 in opposition to the nuclear testing, open-air nuclear testing over the Marshall Islands. It was commanded by a retired lieutenant commander from the Navy that left the Navy after the bombs were dropped on Japan in 1945. And they were arrested in Hawaii and put in jail for about 6 months. But in part in response to their opposition and others, in, I think, 1962, under President Kennedy, there was a international treaty adopted prohibiting open-air testing of atomic bombs. That's gone on ever since. Everything's been below ground since that period of time. The boat was restored after being sunk a couple of times, and a group called Veterans for Peace left Minneapolis last fall. So came down the Mississippi, around the Gulf of Mexico, over to Cuba briefly, up the Atlantic coast. It's going to end up, I think, in New York City and eventually back to Chicago, stopping at about 100 places along the way, encouraging the elimination of nuclear weapons. It was in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Annapolis, Havre de Grace, going on up the ways. And while it's here at Frank Hutchins Memorial Park, there'll be presentations, some live music during the day. They're going to be doing a presentation over at the Quaker Median in Darlington on Sunday, and maybe at the Unitarian Median in Falston on Saturday afternoon. Let me go out of order and say I didn't introduce myself. I am Bob Rudy. I'm from 3145 East Nobles Mill Road, Darlington. I was born in Havre de Grace in September 1944, lived here until August 1950 on Adams and Ontario Street, moved away to Virginia, Iowa, New York, and eventually came back to Maryland, came back to Harford County about 16 years ago to stay on a farm with she who became my wife, and came up here full time 3 years ago and have been living there ever since and enjoying being back in Harford County and visiting so much in Havre de Grace once again. So I thank you for all your support. I'm here this evening to ask your adoption of the proclamation that's on your agenda this evening, welcoming them from the mayor and the city council to Havre de Grace and for what they're doing. I'll share with you that the Baltimore City Mayor and Council adopted a proclamation last week that included references to the proclamations by the city going back to, I think, 2006, that named Baltimore as a, no, I'm sorry, 1992, naming Baltimore as a nuclear-free zone. There were nuclear weapons all over Harford County and all over Maryland earlier. defensive weapons on missiles that have been removed, I think. If you have nuclear weapons, gives a huge incentive for people to bomb you, you know? So there's a United Nations treaty that was adopted by 67 nations. It's not a treaty adopted by the UN, but it has been initiated for adoption back 2017, I think, prohibiting nuclear weapons. I think we would all love to see that happen, you know, for ourselves, for our children, for our grandchildren. It's going to take a while. Some of these laws take a while to go through. We've had nuclear weapons since 1945. Hopefully, it won't happen forever. So this is trying to move that along, make our people aware of what can be done, what the risks are, and to raise up around the world opposition to these kinds of weapons that can destroy us all and everything we care about. So I appreciate your consideration of the proclamation this evening. I hope you adopt it. I look forward to seeing everyone down at Frank Hutchins while they're here, and I look forward to sailing with them as they go up the water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
That is the last form that was pre-filled out. At this moment, I will do my best to call on anyone who raises their hand who wishes to speak. Seriously?
Right here in front.
Yes,
There we
ma'am.
go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Welcome.
I talked to you earlier,
Yes.
and you kind of clarified this notice about the increase in the water. Could you clarify it for everybody? Because I've gotten so many questions from so many people that it's just very confusing. And you're assuring me that it's not going to go up. We're not going to be paying $200 per rental unit.
Talking about the water and sewer fee, or talking about the rental fee?
Pardon?
We talking about the water and sewer fee I was talking to you about earlier, or the
Yes.
rental fee?
But I'm talking about the water portion of it. That it would then have to go towards, if I get charged per unit, then it's going to go to, I'm going to have to charge it to my tenants.
You talking about the $200 fee that's on the fee schedule?
Yes.
The council president said that was for short term.
Yeah, you're combining three different things. So okay, the $200 fee is for short-term Airbnb rentals. We're later going to work on the rental ordinance for your units that you rent out to people long-term for like a year for the lease, whatever else, and that's not going to be anywhere near 200. Additionally, in the mayor's budget, he's proposed a rate in the water and sewer fee. So basically, just like you pay your water bill every month or every 3 months, it's the same thing. It's just going up a little bit. So you're thinking three different issues, I think.
Okay, but it's not going to, it's just going to be the one water bill, and it's not going to be based on each.
No,
No,
no. It's
No.
normal every 3 months.
I mean, I break it down myself,
Okay.
so I can give it to my tenants, but when it said something about $200 per unit, it just freaked me out, because I could see then, oh, next year it's going to be 3, the following year it's going to be 4. Before long, I'm going to have to be up in my insurance just to cover in case something happens, that I don't get sued. So if you could just make it a little clearer, I think there's a few people that would like to understand it better.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome. May you please have your name and address for the record.
Cheryl Stoudemire, 458 Lewis Lane.
Welcome.
I feel as though I've been treated like I'm a hot potato. I was never informed on the road being torn up or metal plates being put down. I found out because I woke up one morning to several trucks parked out front, which they love to block the driveway. But that's not the big deal. The big deal is the plates are still there. And I have called the city. In fact, the city has called me back. I've spoken to Eric and I've spoken to a Nick. Can't remember his last name. And the same question has been time and time again, can you give me a completion date? I have not yet gotten a completion date of this project. I feel as though I am the one on Lewis Lane that has got the blunt of every single project that has gone on that stretch of road, even across. So happy that we have a new high school. So happy. But I ate a whole lot of dirt during that building of that school. There were times when they even cut across Anderson Avenue, and then that job stopped. Then there was a crew that came out onto Lewis Lane, spray painted the area, didn't even know where my gas line was. I'd like to have prior notice, but right now I want a completion date. I have not been sleeping at night, so I'm a tad grumpy these days, because when vehicles go across the grate, whether it's daytime or night, it sounds like there's gunfire in my house. I have had guests over in the early evening hours, and one of them just about jumped out of their chair that they were sitting in. What was that? Thinking, what are we doing? Are we being attacked? You know? It wakes me up at night. I've jokingly told the city people that if they keep it up, they're going to get a bill. I'm going to have to go to a motel in Aberdeen so I can get a good night's sleep. I want to know when the job's going to be done, and I do not want someone to tell me that we're at the mercy of Baltimore Gas and Electric one more time. Because if they don't have a shop to make the fittings, there's plenty of other businesses out there that could make those fittings, and it should not be going on this long. I'm very, very angry about that. And of course, the woman's not been sleeping very well. When trailers are on the back of pickup trucks, or God forbid we have a fire truck come back down the road, it literally sounds like gunfire. Dun, 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 dun. Could you sleep through that? Would any of you like to switch places at night? Come sleep in my house for a night. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Is there a completion date?
I can answer this. So I spoke with you several times.
Yes, you have. You pushed me around like a hot potato.
I tried my best. So I have 18 different emails reaching out to Baltimore Gas and Electric. Several of the council members have asked me to, just because constituents have reached out. And I haven't, hopefully, treated you all like a hot potato. But 18 emails back and forth without answers. The most recent question I answered was on April 25th. I'm not sure if we reach out to you on the 24th.
It was on the 20th.
The 20th. Okay, so last week?
I have a copy of it right here.
Was it last week?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then,
It was Eric, and then it was yourself. I think I only spoke to you one time. And then it was Eric, and then I got pushed over to a Nick, and this is ridiculous.
so I have an answer for you. On,
I'm going to hold you to it.
on the 25th, the email I got was, I will contact you immediately after the meeting and provide you details as well as a schedule for completion. So I didn't get an email back to this email.
I did not see that.
So I reached out, I'll update you when I get it. I reached out to them again Friday evening. Mr. Gamatorio was on the email, and the email traffic I got back was, quote, basically, we're on schedule for completing the work May 8th to May 9th. This is basically a 2-day operation for the project completion, unquote.
And that's just the Baltimore Gas and Electric part,
And again, for the,
correct? 'Cause
yes,
they've
so
got-
they still need to pave.
They repainted all over again.
So in our previous discussion, I told you, so they needed a special fitting originally. They were waiting on the special fitting. That was the answer I got. I reached out to them again, still waiting on the special fitting. That was the frustration we shared. When I had my operations specialist contact you, we got updated. Once we got updated, we called you. Most recently, this is Friday afternoon at 5:44. So
And who called me then?
I didn't call you.
Somebody called me on Friday.
I didn't call you on Friday at 5:44. So today's Monday. The most recent answer we got was Friday afternoon, was for completion date, just for the special fitting now, to lift the plates up, put the special fitting in, May 8th to May 9th.
When's the street gonna be paved?
I don't have the answer for you. I can reach back out to them and ask them after May 8th, May 9th.
Because this is getting ridiculous.
So after that is picked up and the special fittings put in, they told us that they need to go back and pave. And then our own portion that we're getting subcontracted is a storm drain that we need to fix, that we've been waiting on them.
You sure do.
Yes. So we share your frustrations. We've been extremely frustrated in-house to try to get this project done. We've spoken about it at the council meeting several times, and offline with the council members.
I don't see metal plates in front of anybody else's house but mine.
Ms. Stottlemyre, I'm very sorry this is happening to you. I mean, I know we spoke on the phone about a year ago, and but please understand, and I'm not going to say we're at the mercy of BG&E, but
No, I don't want to hear that.
that's the truth, okay? Because they are public utilities,
Yeah, well, did you not?
and they can do whatever they want on the streets of the city of Havre de Grace. And if we're lucky, they'll tell us. If we're lucky. I get blamed constantly for all the streets that get dug up downtown that you think is a city of Havre de Grace job, and it's not. It's Baltimore Gas and Electric.
What happened?
They don't even tell me.
What happened to you start one job and you finish it? No, you got to have 5 or 6 different jobs going on at the same time.
That's Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Stretching out each project.
That's public utilities.
Somebody needs to put a phone call.
And when, like Mr. Melizer said, when they finish the fittings, we'll never know when they pave it. And I'm not going to lie to you and give you some date that we don't know. We just don't know. Sometimes they're great. Sometimes they'll go in, they'll knock out 10 streets in one day. We don't know. We can't give you an answer. All we know, I'm glad you do know that about May 8th, May 9th, because that was the golden question around here.
Well, you know,
We don't know.
I want to laugh a little bit, so I want to say, isn't there a noise ordinance after 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
Wow. Who do you call? Police department? At 3:30 in the morning?
Yep. Like I said, I'm very sorry about the noise on your street.
Okay. And then there's another reason I'm here tonight. I read somewhere in the last day or two about the increase of the water bill. I have heard, and I'm not saying this is true or not, and I'd like you to tell me, that the increase in the water bill is due to water being supplied to the town of Aberdeen. That's my first question.
That's not correct.
How much of this water bill are you going to increase on the citizens of Havre de Grace again? And I'm a lifelong Havre de Gracian, born in Hartford Memorial.
Yep. Water, you want to know how much it is going to be increased?
I know how much I paid the first time I had a water bill, and I can
Okay.
tell you what I'm paying now.
What do you
and
pay
I'm not
now? Do
happy
you know what you
about
pay
it.
now?
I know what I pay now.
What do you pay now?
A whole lot more than what that first bill was. You'd have to 6, 7 times more. And I'm talking 2 people in a house on the first water bill. I'm single. I'm one in the house.
The water sales at City of Aberdeen is designed to lower the cost and stabilize the cost for the citizens of Havre de Grace. Unfortunately, we have to raise the rates this year. We have not raised the water rates for 5 fiscal years. We've kept them flat, which has been a miracle in this economy. However, with the cost of inflation and supply increases, we do have to raise the water rates about $1.59 for 1,000 gallons. It's a 10% increase. It's extrapolated over the last 5 years. It's 2% a year that we never charged, but
Well, that makes it sound a lot nicer, doesn't it?
well, like I said, it's an enterprise fund and it has to operate on its own.
When were we going to be notified on this? When the bill came in the mail?
We announced it when I gave the budget to the council at the previous 2 council meetings ago.
Okay, so you had to come to the council meeting to be told that this was going to happen? There was nothing on your page until the other day, at all?
The budget's online. I mean, like I said earlier, we don't have a newspaper in town anymore. I mean, we put the budget right online. We announced it at the,
Well, you get
we had a public work session here. We had 2 public work sessions in the last 2 weeks. We just approved the minutes. We talked about the increase. We talked about a
Understand
water
that.
increase. I explained in an opening
So
letter
what
to
is the-
council about the increase.
So what's the percentage that
It's on
gonna-
YouTube.
What is the, I don't do YouTube. What's the increase going to be?
10%.
That's pretty.
About $1.59 for 1,000 gallons.
And none of that is because of
The sale to Aberdeen?
our water
No.
going to Aberdeen.
No,
So Ms.
absolutely not.
Ms. Stottlemyre, I could speak to that as well if you'd spare me the minute. We do have 2 water tanks that we're trying to refurbish. Those are going to cost millions of dollars, hopefully not, while we refurbish them. We're going to need to set up storage for fire protection to make sure everything, we do have a downtown aging infrastructure that we're trying to replace. We do have several water main breaks that go on throughout the year. We've had nearly 11 last year. This year so far, Mr. Underwood was in the back. I think he stepped out. But if you look at the PD officer that's getting ready to swear in, he worked on the construction crews that would fix these water main breaks. We have nearly 100-year-old pipe we're trying to fix. So these increases will go towards paying to fix what we currently have, and this water line that we're going to give to Aberdeen will help alleviate some of the residents' costs over time.
Over time.
Yes.
All right. Well,
Mr. DeHorty?
Yes, thank you. One thing I think you should be, oh, thank you,
I'm
EJ.
not sure who you are.
I am George Dorr, I'm the finance director.
Okay.
One thing I think you ought to make sure you're aware of, tonight we're initially presenting the water rate increase. There will be a public hearing at a future meeting before a second vote and finalization. So this is not a, we're going to announce it today and finish it today.
So that will be put, what, on the page?
Yes, it will, absolutely.
All right, with notice for people to be able to attend. Very good.
And
Glad to
it
hear
doesn't
that.
go into effect right away. We still
July
have to
the
pass
1st.
it, and then it will go into effect at a future date.
July.
July.
Wasn't there some, I hate to use this word because it just taxpayer taxes me to death, a grant several years ago, and I believe the mayor at that time was Mr. Doherty. Wasn't there a huge grant that was given to us to do all of these kind of improvements to the water plant at that time? And he hasn't been gone that long.
We've had many grants and we borrowed a lot of money to do a lot of infrastructure repairs to the water sewer, and we're continuing to do that. The only grant, we don't have really any grants that have been spent on it, but we have borrowed a lot of money, and we will have to in the future because as these pipes age, they got to get replaced. It's a vicious cycle.
I know.
Most of us
It's-
don't live past 1 or 2 cycles,
It's
but
a
it is
shame,
what it
it's
is.
a
yeah.
shame that they were neglected for so long. It really was.
Well, the money was redirected for growth and new development, so it wasn't really a neglect, but now it's time. Unfortunately, this is the time when it is that we worry about failures, and those failures will make your rates go up a lot more if we're constantly patching than if we take proactive measures. So we really are trying, believe it or not, to keep the rates as low as we can.
Thank you. Now, with Lewis Lane being so tore up, are they replacing all the water pipes? Is that gonna be taken care of, or are they gonna come back 3 years from now and dig the street back up and do it then?
We hope not.
Yeah, I sure do hope not.
So, a couple things. With Lewis Lane, the storm drains were the primary concern. The water line's fairly new. It's not one of those that are on the project list to get replaced. We're replacing, we just finished Wilson Street, Commerce Street, Revolution Street. There are other areas within the city that have much more failing infrastructure. That area there, we examined the pipes when it was up. Other than the storm drains, that's all that's going to be repaired or replaced at that time. But let me, if I could follow up with Mr. Doherty and the mayor's point. So the mayor introduces his budget. This is as the ordinances require. The budget was introduced, and the budget was an increase of 10% for the water rates. Council has until the last meeting in June to pass that budget or adjust the budget. By ordinance and by code, then tonight is the deadline in which the council has to introduce the water and sewer rate increases. That's in the packet. That's in the packet that was published on the 31st. Last Friday. It was publicized. It's on the website. What you'll see after tonight, the council will introduce. The mayor will ask the council to set a public hearing, which will be, I believe, next meeting, next Monday. And then the council, after public hearing, it'll come before the council at the next meeting, regular scheduled meeting for second reading and adoption. So you have a bite of the apple tonight, next week, and prior to it being on second reading and finalization on that. So as far as public notice is concerned, website, social media, newspaper. And that's the law. That's what's in our ordinances. So if you...
that we were supposed to have some kind of notification. But I didn't see anything on the Havre de Grace page until just a few days ago.
Well, you wouldn't have seen it until last Friday at noon, because our ordinance says prior to a council meeting, all publications have to be posted to the public by 12 o'clock the Friday before the Monday meeting. So that's when it was posted. So if you know, I get people who don't look at it every day, so if you didn't see it, you will now see it from now until it's at second reading and adoption.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who else in the audience wishes to address the council this evening? Sir. Good evening. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
May you please have your name and address for the record, sir?
Brian Bangs. I'm here on behalf of Bangs Properties. My main thing, I've talked with you guys on a number of occasions about different concerns, especially with the fee structure things. I start hearing these. My main first question would be is the premise behind the fee for the short term. I mean, mostly what I do is long term, okay? But when I start hearing about fees across the board on things, I start to have some concerns because I believe it starts to trickle into pretty much across the board in government. So what's the premise of the fee?
So when we started the short-term rental process and figuring out if we were going to regulate these things, we realized that we need to have a way that we know where the short-term rentals are. And the only way to do that is through host compliance software. There's only 2 companies that sell it. It's basically a monopoly. And with the number of short-term rentals that we have currently and the amount that software costs, plus just the fees for sending out mailers and all those things, it ends up being about $200 per unit. So the way the ordinance is set up now is there's a cap at 60 units. So as that price increases, the cost of that software won't increase. So hopefully as our regulations keep properties in nice condition and Havre de Grace becomes a more of a destination place and people are staying here, then we can reduce that fee over time. But currently, the cost of the software is it's really just, it's the number of units, short-term rental units on the market, times the amount we need to pay for the software to make sure that, to see where these short-term properties are located.
So I see where the numbers are coming from, but here would be my problem with this. In other words, years ago when I first came to town and started buying places and fixing them up, I heard a lot of the same stuff about, in fact, I think in those days you were on the council versus mayor at the time, and I believe there was plenty of discussion about always the rental registration thing and fees involved. And there was always definitely pushback on the fee side, but there was even questions even on the rental registration side as to what its true purpose was, whether it was to keep the police informed or the fire department, all this kind of stuff. But but even out of what you just described, you're not really solving anything. You're not really figuring out if anything is safe or anything, because all you're doing is buying software. The reality of it is, when I used to hear that same thing about places being safe and all that, the reality is guys like myself and other guys in town that are buying places, making them better, having good tenants, letting the marketplace do what it does, and especially nowadays. I mean, if we're talking about the Airbnbs, I mean, look, I'm a guy that doesn't even have a Facebook page, but the fact of the matter is, I mean, I go on TripAdvisor or go on any of these, I'm traveling, there's not a better way to police itself than what the internet does. As far as if somebody has an Airbnb and they're doing basically a lame job, you're going to know about it online. And same with what I do on the rental market. All we ever heard was that the answer was more government with it, but the reality of it is, I've been here going on, I guess, about 20 years now. I mean, the rental market has gotten better and better in the town here. You see more, guys like myself that are taking places, fixing them up. You're seeing more chopped up houses that were chopped up into wacky apartments, going back to single-family homes, which is a good thing for the town. I mean, a lot of people say, well, you wouldn't think that I would think that's good. I actually think that's good. I don't want to see where somebody had an apartment up in the attic of some place, as that was meant to be a house, okay? So you're seeing that, but I think every time you start adding all these fees in, I mean, we're in an inflationary time period to begin with. I mean, look where rents are as is. Look, I want to make a bunch of money, but I even think where rents have gone is pretty kooky. I mean, so if we talk about adding more fees, and the thing that I've always heard from you guys is, oh, well, you're going to pass that on. There comes a limit of where you can pass things on. I mean, even with the water stuff, I mean, you know, there's a limit of where you're passing this stuff on to the tenant. I mean, we're going to have over the next few years where I'll be frank with you, I'm not sure how some of these families are going to make their bills over the next couple of years with the inflation we've had. Go ahead.
Jason?
Yeah, isn't part of the concern with tracking short-term rentals to ensure that there's not an oversaturation of short-term rentals? In other words, it would price normal families out of the marketplace for rentals in general if there are fewer homes available for long-term rentals. Isn't that the nexus of tracking these?
That's part of it. We have a cap of 60, and we do keep them inside of a certain area in town. And part of that is to make sure that housing is affordable, that not everything turns into an Airbnb. I know one of the reasons that the ordinance was looked at in the first place was that there was this fear that corporations were going around to some cities and they were just buying up vacant properties and flipping them into Airbnbs. And that was really pricing people out of the regular rental market and just affordability of housing in general. So that was one of the reasons why this ordinance had begun in the first place. Just to follow up though, you and I had a discussion at the very beginning talking about long-term rental ordinance. And actually, I took a lot of the things that we had in our discussion, and put them into the short-term ordinance. So what you had just mentioned now about things being very tenant-centered, where the tenant would complain. I mean, that's basically the tenant going online and rating an Airbnb after they stayed there. So we're only doing 10% of the random inspections of units. Besides that, for short-term rentals, everything's self-certified. So you register, you pay the $200, and we have a checklist. Everybody has the same checklist. You'll go in your house, you'll show us in pictures that you have where your smoke detectors are located, where your fire extinguishers are located. You'll take those pictures. You'll sign a form saying, you know, everything is honest and that you're being, you know, completely honest about that everything is the way that it is. We're not going to inspect unless you show up on that 10% annual list. And part of when we put this together, Council President Ringsacher had also mentioned, you know, that these are sort of things that really take care of themselves in the market. And a lot of that came actually from the conversation I had with you on the long-term rentals. We try to incorporate into the short-term rental.
No, and I appreciate you saying that. I think my biggest concern, though, is we all know this, and I know it's tough for you guys sitting up there being in the fray of it to see this, but in our government, whether it's local or national, when we start seeing these fees, they start to become this open-ended thing. You know what I mean? Where the next thing you know, it's, well, we got to creep that up for this or that, and we don't know if we're actually pulling from here to get to that point or whatever it is. And we're in a time period where I don't think that's an affordable reality with everybody. In other words, you know, I work hard at what I do. I view that every day that I get up and go do what I do, I am taking the ultimate risk because I'm investing my money in the town. I believe in the town. I actually grew up in Bel Air, but I actually love it here. I absolutely love this town. And I will continue to invest, you know, millions of dollars in the town, but at some point, I also want to feel like I'm keeping some of it for myself, and I don't want to feel like I'm constantly, you know, doing that. And I think I'm good about it, even tenant-wise. You know, I mean, we could have gone crazy with our rents right now. We haven't. We found the middle of the road, and so that we can make it work for everybody, and that's why people stay with us the way they do, and stuff like that. And you know, so I don't know. I just think, you know, anytime there's fees involved, I think that it has to be reconsidered as to what it's accomplishing. You know, like I said, like in the code side of it, I think when you have a guy, you know, I deal with Earl from code enforcement, let him do his job. When somebody's not, you know, when somebody's being a bad apple, then deal with it. But let guys like myself keep investing in the town. I pretty much only come up and bug you guys when I'm not happy with something. Let you guys do your thing, but. You know, and when I came to town, there's guys that were already doing what I'm doing. I mean, you know, if I could do half as much as that, you know, Alan Fair has done, I will have accomplished a lot, you know, in the town. So, you know, that's really about it. So I would just say, as I see these fees, I'm always going to kind of question aware of that is being allocated. And obviously, when you guys get to the long term, I'm gonna be even more interested. All right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
I want to jump in on what he just said.
Yes,
Our
ma'am.
insurance companies, when they come out and inspect, they look for any violation. We would know it and we would correct it. We don't need to be paying a fee for you all to come out and do what our insurance companies doing every time they come out. I mean, it's just throwing money away.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to address the council? Any comments from the council members? Okay. We will move on to item number 7, appointments. This evening we have 3 appointments, and they all happen to go to the same commission. Let's call upon the liaison to Historic Preservation Commission, Councilman
Thank you,
Zinner.
Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to appoint to the Historic Preservation Commission Kyle Dixon, Jeanette Pollock, and Sandra Smith.
Council, I have a motion for 3 appointments to the Historic Preservation Commission. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Robertson. This is for the appointment of Kyle Dixon, Jeanette Pollock, and Sandy Smith. Questions or comments? Councilmember Zinner?
First off, I'd like to thank these 3 individuals for coming forward and offering their services to the commission. They were chosen as representatives because of their history and their education and their interest in historic preservation. But also they've attended several meetings of the commission so that they could get to know us and we can get to know them, and they could discuss more of what they can offer to the commission. So I'm very happy to put their names in for the commission at this point. And this will also a replacement for our dear friend Robert Green, and also fill the 2 positions that were recently approved by the council. And then we have 1 more position to fill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zinner. Any other further questions or comments on the appointments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The appointments carry 6-0 in the affirmative. Okay, excellent. We're going to go to item 8, which is oath of office for our 3 new members. And also, I have a police officer I'd like to introduce everybody to tonight, patiently waiting out in the lobby there. So we're going to do the 3 Historic Preservation Commission appointments and then appointment of our new police officer. Councilmember Zinner, would you like to join me with the swearing in? Welcome, everybody.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much for giving up your time to be part of this great organization, one that's near and dear to me. When I was on council, I was the liaison for 7 years, so it's always a very special commission in my heart. And Councilmember Zinner's done an amazing job over the last several years as a liaison. So, here's what we're going to do. We're all going to take the oath at the same time. But what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to say the word I, and then when I say the word I, you say your name, then say your name, then say your name. And after that, you all just repeat after me, okay? So please raise your right hand. I
Jeanette Pollock,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will fulfill
I will fulfill
the requirement
the requirement
performance
of the office I'm about to assume,
of the office I am about.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
I will support the Constitution of the United States.
that I will be faithful
I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of Maryland
to the state of Maryland,
and support the laws
support the laws
and Constitution thereof,
and Constitution thereof,
and that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
as a member of
as a member of
Historic Preservation Commission
Historic Preservation Commission
for the city of Havre de Grace,
for City of Havre de Grace,
best of my ability.
best of my ability.
Excellent. Congratulations. Well done.
because he's going to call.
Oh, the officer? Okay. Is there a second down there? All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now, I'd like to move on to 8B, oath of office for the police department, Officer Cole Higgins. Again, Officer Cole Higgins. Sure.
So what I'm gonna do, Officer Higgins, is, chance real quick, if you don't mind. Well, first of all, I'm gonna do, Chief, if you don't mind, just give a quick introduction of Officer Higgins, I'll let Officer Higgins speak a little bit.
Certainly. Actually, I met Cole about a year ago on a motor vehicle accident. He was a member of the DPW staff here in the city of Havre de Grace, and the accident was on 155 going on to going on to Ohio Street, and he was feeding me traffic cones so we could block up the road. And I didn't think too much about it until later on. He mentioned that he wanted to be a police officer, so I'm, what? Yes, you do. So I still didn't really know Cole, and then one of his coworkers had told me his name, and when he told me Higgins, I said, "Are you in a relationship to Major Higgins, his grandfather, who actually was a retiree from the Harford County Sheriff's Office?" So Cole has a legacy in law enforcement. He comes to it, of course, legitimately. And the other thing that I found very special about it is that I actually worked for Major Higgins when I was at the Sheriff's Office. He was he was a lieutenant, and then he was my captain, and then he was my major, and I survived. He was very, very, very direct and very stern with us, but very, very fair. So I enjoyed working under your command, sir, so thank you. So now I feel very privileged to have Cole working for me. So I thank you very much, and I thank you and your family very much as well.
Your transition from the Department of Public Works to the Academy, and what made you want to be a police officer? Anything else you want to tell us about yourself?
I guess I liked working for the city. I liked everybody at DPW. I liked what I did there, and you know, I always wanted to be a police officer. So when the time came and it was ready to go to the academy, I didn't think about anywhere else but here. Went through the academy, came out, been working on Sergeant Daniel's squad. I love that squad. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody here and thank my parents and everybody for all their support.
Thank you, Cole. Well, we're really happy to have you. I tell you, it's nothing like having a homegrown police officer, someone that wants to be here in the city of Havre de Grace, and you're joining a tremendous family. You're joining, you know, you're going to be working with great leadership and a community that's second to none. I mean, you'll find, I know you know this already, but I mean, the people of Havre de Grace, they're going to embrace you, and I know you'll embrace them. So what I want to do, if you don't mind standing over here, kind of in the vicinity of that, stand right there, sir. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I'm going to say the word I. When I say the word I, please repeat the word I, but also say your name, okay? Please raise your right hand. I.
I, Cole Joseph Higgins,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will fulfill
that I will fulfill
the requirement
the requirement
of the office I'm about to assume,
of the office I'm about to assume,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I'll be faithful
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of Maryland,
to the state of Maryland,
and support the Constitution
support the Constitution
and laws thereof,
and laws thereof,
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
and impartially,
and impartially,
without fear of favor
without fear of favor
or prejudice,
or prejudice,
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
as a sworn officer
as a sworn officer
of the City of Havre de Grace Police Department,
of the City of Havre de Grace Police Department,
best of my abilities.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Mayor, if you don't mind, we have a tradition, we have his badge that needs to be pinned on, and I asked Cole if he would like me to pin it on, and he said, no, I'd like my granddad, which is
Absolutely.
amazing.
Thank you, sir. Our undercover cops in the back.
Yeah, I'll shoot him over tonight. Yep.
Because I like to.
We're going to do the two presentations real first, Dave.
What's that?
I told Dave we're going to do the two presentations real fast, and then we'll break.
We'll take a break before we do the work. Right, you gotta go to the bathroom. Oh. Golden rule. I could call up Bob Rudy.
So on the agenda, we have number 9, recognitions, none. Number 10, proclamations for the Golden Rule Peace Boat.
He's coming.
It's coming.
Thank you, Jimmy. Okay, Bob. So, ladies and gentlemen, a few moments ago, Mr. Rudy stood up and said a few words about the boat called the Golden Rule. And so, I don't know, it was 2 council meetings ago, I think. You spoke on it, and council went ahead and said, no problem, go ahead and dock at Hutchins Park this weekend. And so we're here with a proclamation to give to the boat and the crew. Well, since then, wow, I tell you, it's been all over the news. It's been on Channel 11, WBL, nice, article that came out a few days ago on it. So the boat's been around for a long time, and it's been sailed around Hawaii and all over the place. So it's got a lot of miles on it. And if I understand correctly, not too long ago, it was in disrepair up New England somewhere?
I know it was in disrepair, it sunk in the Pacific at one time, and was dug up and then sunk again and repaired again, so it's been around a few
Okay,
times.
so it's been around, says, okay. Been like the Phoenix, right? Just kind of goes down, comes back up. Okay, so, well, this is quite a boat, and we're very honored in Havre de Grace that we will be a port of call for the Golden Rule. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to read this proclamation into the record, and I'm assuming you can, now I'm going to do my best to get down to meet the crew of the Golden Rule, but I'm sure when I give this to you, you can hand this to them to make sure that they have it, correct? Okay, Mr. Rudy. Okay, City of Havre de Grace, Maryland proclamation, the Golden Rule, name of a ship. Whereas in February 1958, 4 Quaker activists sailed the Golden Rule from California towards the Marshall Islands in an attempt to stop nuclear bomb tests in the Pacific and were arrested, prompting worldwide protests, which helped convince President John F. Kennedy to sign the Limited Nuclear Test Ban Treaty of 1963. Whereas today, 15,000 nuclear warheads remain mostly under control of Russia, the United States, and the United States has suspended its compliance with the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty and other nuclear arm limitation treaties, and plans to spend nearly $2 trillion on its nuclear arsenal. Whereas the Golden Rule has been restored by Veterans for Peace and will be in Havre de Grace from May 4th to May 7th. To support the United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, raise awareness about the environmental and human costs of military and nuclear activities, and support efforts to stop the possibility of nuclear war. Now, therefore, be resolved. The Mayor and City Council welcome the Golden Rule to Frank J. Hudson's Memorial Park and extends his best wishes for a successful journey. Signed by myself and the members of the council and the Director of Administration. Please deliver this to the captain.
Well, sir, thank you very much.
They'll do everything from there.
Okay, item 11, presentations. We have 2 presentations this evening, and both of them are good. One is going to be good presentations. All right. One's going to be an update on Harmerstown, which is the newest art center in Havre de Grace, and Mr. Alan Fair will update us. And the second one will be the announcement of the 2023 Independence Day Parade Grand Marshal. So don't change your channel, those at home, or switch to another website watching on YouTube. This is going to be important. So I'd like to call forward the folks from Harmerstown to give us an update.
Alan Fair, 3 Concord Place, Havre de Grace, Maryland, 21078.
Welcome, sir.
We're going to keep it short. It's my bedtime right now, anyway.
All right.
He should have been in bed already.
I've been known to go to bed at 8:30.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Fair.
Yeah. I only need 12 hours a night sleep. Anyway, guess we'll start Harmerstown, the building itself. We have Manson Woodward's been hired. architects and engineers. They've been in and out of the building for how many days?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. So they're really been busy. The other thing we want to talk about is Graw Alley. We'll have the contract signed for that by tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. So with that being said,
One of the contracts, we've already signed other contracts.
well, the other one's going to be tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Yeah, okay. Pam and Rebecca, I'll let them talk on. You told me keep it short and sweet.
You did.
And I listened. I'm all right. Whoops, I'm sorry.
So thank you for inviting us and allowing us a few minutes to give you an update. This is short. And we hope to be back sometime in the near future with Mans Woodward for a full presentation to the council to tell you what we're actually doing. And as Alan mentioned, we are moving forward with Gore Alley. The construction will rev up pretty quickly, and with the expectation of having a completed by summer, a soft opening followed by official ribbon cutting that will start in the afternoon of a Friday and go through at least Saturday. It'll be a big hubbub. And you'll get plenty of advance notice, and we are working on that. So concurrent with that, as Alan mentioned, we have just signed a contract with Mans Woodward, so while we're working on the construction of Gore Alley, we are also working on the design of the art building. But unlike Gore Alley, that will take 3 or 4 years and about $8 million. So concurrently, we're doing a lot of fundraising and grant writing, et cetera, and we are receiving money from various sources, which we'll eventually give an update on. And I'm also happy to say, besides the Art Center, we are also, as many of you may or may not know, we're putting in a history museum with many of Alan's artifacts. And we were just recently given notice by Hartford Memorial Hospital that Harmerstown Havre Grace Museum will be the recipient of all their historic information, memorabilia, et cetera, which we will then house in the museum as much as we think we can. They even offered us an operating room, so we're working on it. We may do a room within a room, so you could walk into an operating room from like 1900 or something like that.
We're going to use that operating.
We may. So that was a pretty cool update from our perspective. And lastly, while we're quietly working on all these other functions, we are working on programs. So the art park won't just be a dog park, but it will be a park where we're offering programs that will be offered to all the city, community, the residents, et cetera, the children. And we're working on those plans now. But we are kicking it off, which is one of the reasons we're here tonight, is to let you know that we are implementing our first inaugural Gore Alley is actually, any art program inside Gore Alley will be called Alley Art, and we're kicking it off with the Alley Art Youth Art Challenge. And we just literally dropped off 3,000 flyers to all the schools in Havre de Grace. So we are offering a challenge to all the kids and the youth of Havre de Grace to come up with something creative and unique to stretch their minds and imagination. We're creating art bags of lots of stuff to give to all the kids and ask them to come up with something unique and creative that we ultimately will display at the Art Center when we open. There are about 3,000 children that it's being offered to, youth 18 and below, and we are trying to estimate how many we thought we might have, and we thought about 640. And the art teachers are coming back and going, not enough, not enough. The kids are excited. So we just upped it to 1,000. So we expect 1,000 kids to participate, or at least we think so. So we'll send you electronic copies of our flyer so you're all aware, but we're really excited. We can't wait to see what the kids are going to do and how they're thinking, because they are our future. So that's about what we're doing. Really, we said brief, so. Did anybody have any questions while we're still working?
Council, any questions for Harmerstown? Councilmember Boyer?
I just want to take a time to say thank you. Anytime I can say to Alan Fair how absolutely inspired I am by your vision and by your dedication to everybody in this community and to have a lasting legacy. it's just absolutely wonderful. And I absolutely love the fact that you stayed up just for us. Thank you.
Well, I can tell you one thing, it didn't just happen with Allen Fair. Here, Pam, Rebecca, our board,
And the community and the city, so thank you.
talk about the kids. Come right forward. To give you an idea, Joseph's, 850 bags. Joe Retro, another 300 bags. Amazing. Just can't wait.
It's called a community. That's what a community does.
The community support for the Youth Challenge has been overwhelming. I mean, we have industries from the industrial park. We have all the businesses. We have Weiss. We have Wegmans. We can go on and on with the people that are either giving us monetary donations or things we need for the actual challenge. So people are stepping up. It's really awesome to watch. So it's cool.
Actually, the people out in the industrial park, been out there several times. A lot of product from them that you would never think happened.
Their trash is our treasure. Right. And you'll get to see it when we open.
Councilmember Shenegis, did you have a comment?
I just have to say, it's so wonderful to see the concept of celebrating one evening around some food and friends from the mural project, getting together and coming up with a concept of having a board and putting things together. And now all this has come together, and your project is coming to fruition through the help of the community and the great visionary, Mr. Allen Fair, and his wonderful ladies that have stepped in and stepped up. And I know Brian is a part of your group as well. So, and I just think it's great that you have all stuck together. And I love that Rebecca has, transitioned from working with one part of our city to another part. And it's just wonderful to see like minds going together and making this concept happen.
A wonderful addition. So.
Thank you to you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I gotta see George a minute. Good night, everybody.
Okay. The announcement of the Grand Marshal for the Independence Day Parade. I'd like to call forward Miss Christy Silverstein and Miss Taryn Martin from the Independence Day Commission. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Christy Silverstein from the Havre de Grace Independence Day Commission, and I have with me Taryn Martin, who is also my right hand. We're joined for the next few months. You won't see us until we see you on the 4th or the 2nd. Anyway, it has been our tradition over the last couple of years to announce the Independence Day Grand Marshal during the week of Defender's Day, which celebrates our hometown hero, John O'Neill. We take great pride in selecting a Grand Marshal each year who exemplifies the Havre de Grace spirit of compassion, service, and upstanding character in our community. This year, we are proud to honor an amazing member of the Havre de Grace community with this honor. Taryn is going to introduce.
Hello, I'm Taryn Martin from the Havre de Grace Independence Day Commission. I have the distinct honor of being our commission's parade chair and of introducing you to this year's Independence Day Grand Marshal. As Christy said, we take great pride every year in honoring a special Havre de Grace citizen who has gone above and beyond in their service to our community. To us, the Grand Marshal exemplifies the best of what it means to be a Havre de Gracian, and this year's honoree is no different. He is a true hero and defender of Havre de Grace, putting our community first in everything he says and does. Now, I have to tell you, this year's Grand Marshal has actually been recognized as Grand Marshal in the past. However, not since our group has had the chance to personally honor this hero of ours. This one-time postman turned realtor turned developer, sorry, Mr. Fair, you're up late tonight by my request, has a very long track record of helping the community, both residents and businesses alike, for over 50 years. He is a lifetime member of the city's Chamber of Commerce and served on its board for over 30 years. He is one of the founding board members of the Havre de Grace Decoy Museum, has remained an active board member for the past 40 years. He has been a key member of community projects of Havre de Grace, and he has been one of the most influential supporters of the arts in Havre de Grace. As you heard in this evening's presentation about Harmerstown, he is working on once again changing the face of the arts in our town. What he didn't tell you is that he is in the process of donating all of the property that will soon become Graw Alley and Harmerstown Art Center, property valued at over $1.5 million for the artists, for the community, for the city, for the area, and for our future. And in his spare time, he has been the ultimate supporter of Independence Day in Havre de Grace. It is his favorite holiday, you know. When we took over the management of the celebration a few years back, Christy and I had no idea what we were doing. We had no money to do it with, and we just hoped we were going to make it through somehow. And we came to present at a council meeting. Mr. Fair happened to be at that meeting. And this man, like he does with everyone in Havre de Grace, believed in us and supported us from the very beginning. That first year, when he heard us speak at a council meeting about how we were just trying to get the high school bands back to return to our parade after many years of absence, he immediately approached us after the meeting and handed us a check to cover the expense of all the high school marching bands and his favorite Baltimore Ravens band. And you know what? We started getting those bands back in Havre de Grace and have ever since. This was just the beginning of his unwavering support for our event, just like he supports so many amazing causes in Havre de Grace. Our success today would not be possible without the support of one of our favorite defenders of Havre de Grace. So it gives me great pleasure, tremendous honor, to introduce you again to the man you all already know and love, who we would love to recognize as this year's Grand Marshal of the Havre de Grace Independence Day Parade, Mr. Alan Fair.
Oh, my God.
Do you want to say anything, Mr. Fair?
I-
Mr. Grand Marshal?
I don't know what I can say.
Say yes. Yes, you'll lead off the parade for us?
I will lead off, but I got all my family going to be there, so I need to get back for my
No,
family.
they all get to be in the parade with you, Mr. Fair, right at the front, and then you can join them afterwards, if they want to.
And we'll get you right back to your viewing
For
stand.
all of your family to be there to honor with you.
Well, they're all going to be here this year because they said it was a grand performance. Damn it, you're all going to be here. So we had 29 last year, so I want to have 36 this year.
Perfect.
All right?
Perfect.
It's July 4th is my day. God, thank you. I never expected it.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm not Mr. Fair. Come on.
You'll always be Mr. Fair.
I've known this, I'd have dressed up.
We had a little help from my secret helper back there. Thank you, Ms. Spelker. Thank you, Mr. Inventory, for asking him to come to this late night presentation.
Didn't break the camera.
Okay, item 12, resolutions. This evening, we have no resolutions. Before we move into item 13, ordinances, we get a little over 2 hours stretch sitting down here, and we do have 5 ordinances we need to pay attention to this evening. Would council have any objections to a 10-minute recess? Okay, it's 9:08. We'll come back when we feel like it. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The time is now 9:23. We are continuing the May 1st City Council election. I say election. Sorry.
Continuing that to get a bit ahead of himself.
Sorry, I had notes down here. Okay. Yeah, we are. It's May 1st City Council. It is the May 1st City Council meeting that started at 7 o'clock. What I'm saying is it's 9:24 now. Same thing. So we're going to move into item 13, ordinances. And this evening we have 5 ordinances that we're going to get into. So the first one is going to be ordinance number 1102 concerning amending City Code 70 fees, which deal with fees. It's going to be a second reading, and I'll leave this up to the council president to introduce this ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, council, citizens, I make a motion to introduce ordinance number 1102 concerning amending City Code 70 fees for second reading and adoption.
Council, I have a motion by the council president, motion seconded by Councilman Robertson. This is a motion to introduce ordinance 11-2 on second reading. Are there any questions or comments on the introduction? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce ordinance 1102 carries 6-0 in the affirmative. An ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution. The local government article of the annotated Code of Maryland, sections 33 and 34 of the Havre de Grace City Charter, to amend City Code 70 titled Fees by repealing and replacing ordinance number 1091 to update the definitions and general schedule of fees charged by the city for various permits, licenses, and other services thereunder. Council, I have a motion to adopt 1102 on second reading.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Robertson, and motion is seconded by the council president. Questions or comments? Council President?
As discussed before, when we first did the first reading, this is us taking everything and putting it into one document as required by Annapolis. You're going to notice over the next, from now on, a lot more things are going to be handled through ordinances versus resolutions. We have to do things a little more formally now because of what's required from Annapolis. So, and I do have some amendments for that, Mr. Mayor.
Okie dokie.
All right. I do make a motion to redact the, on page 3 of the document. If you're looking at it online, it is page 21. For small gym, auditorium classrooms, and where it says custodial fees, we're going to remove the housekeeping fee and required $450 per day. Additional optional, $30 per day to have an attendee on site during event at the service restroom and empty trash. And then, Steve, are we removing the $475 as well under that?
Under housekeeping, small gym,
Yeah.
that whole section.
I thought we were just removing the yellow portion.
On small gym, you have housekeeping fee, and then to the right,
Yeah.
you have the required $450 per day, additional $30 per hour to have an attendant outside during event to service the restrooms. We do not do that.
Okay, I understand that. And my question was, the next section down where the
I'm sorry.
$475 is highlighted, are we removing that as well?
Oh, that stays, I'm sorry.
Stays, okay.
I'm sorry.
So the next portion to be removed is under auditorium classrooms, housekeeping fee, similar language to above. Remove that. And then under custodial fees, similar language to above where it says additional optional $30 per hour to have an attendee on site during an event to service restrooms and empty trash. Again, the city does not do that, so I make a motion, Mr. Mayor, to remove that from the fee schedule.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Council President, seconded by Councilmember Boyer. Questions or comments on Council President's motion?
So just for clarification, you're taking out the housekeeping fees from all of it?
Yeah, from that portion, the stuff that's highlighted
$30.
yellow.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Graham-Torrey?
Yeah, if the council president would like, Based on some of the comments tonight, do you want to make since we're doing amendments, do you want to add in
I was
under,
going to do that next, but I can do
Separate,
that now.
okay.
Yeah, it's no problem.
as long as you got it on your radar?
I'm looking at it right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
The vote on that one?
Yes, Councilmember
Does
Zinn.
required 175 per event day include someone going in and trash and cleaning the restrooms?
I
It
could,
says optional here, so I took that to mean that they could hire somebody optionally, not necessarily the city.
if they, and to your point, if they want to hire anybody, that's fine. We don't require at the Opera House, for example, we don't offer somebody that is a bathroom attendant. We just don't do that. On these two, the auditorium classrooms and the housekeeping fee for the small gym, we don't offer that as well. The overall cost for the cleanup, the required $450 per event, that's covered under the contract that we have for the big gym. They handle the big gym and the small gym, and on the auditorium, they handle the auditorium and the subsidiary areas like the classrooms and that sort of thing. So when we made this amendment last time, when I sat down with Bambi and Michelle, Bambi gave me a breakout of all those, and we went back and looked at it, and Michelle said contractually, that doesn't make any sense. We don't do that now. So that's why we're asking for the amendment, just withdraw those sections.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? This is on Council President's amendment, seconded by Councilmember Boyer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say nay. Council President's motion carries 6-0 in the affirmative. Council President.
Additionally, Mr. Mayor, on page 1, under fee type, residential rentals, I would like to add in parentheses, or Tim, do you think we better have parentheses or hyphen short-term rental? Short-term.
I'm not sure that it matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in parentheses, after rentals, where it says residential rentals, in parentheses, short-term to be written.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Council President, second by Councilman Robertson. Questions or comments on Council President's motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Council President's amendment carries 6-0 in affirmative. It will now say short term after the word rental. Council President, any other questions?
No, that's it, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Robertson.
Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, a few meetings ago, I spoke about introducing an amendment, and tonight is that night. So I'll pass this around. Here, go ahead, pass that down. Essentially, what I like to do is move under the section for the Star Center, similar to what's written under the Opera House for reduced rates for the Opera House, and add a bullet under the Star Center that's specifically stated for the Havre de Grace Recreation Committee, and reducing the rate to 50% for the large and small gym, and charging the cleaning fee once per week, not once per day. This is very similar to the deal that the administration worked out with the rec committee last year, and with the only exception of there would actually be a little more in custodial charges this year than last year. So this is basically just codifying into law what the administration had put into contract last year with the Recreation Committee, and I think that this is going to really help those folks in their fundraising efforts when they're looking at a November through March timeframe for indoor sports.
There's a motion, right?
So yes, I make the motion to add the subsection under the Star Center, reduced rates for Star Center, with the bullet point, Havre de Grace Recreation Committee, and for that to read, reduced to 50% rental rate for large gym and the small gym, cleaning fee to be charged no more than once per weekly rental.
Council, I have a motion by Councilman Robertson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Zinner. Questions or comments? Council President?
I think this is a wonderful idea. I want to do this. I think we're putting the cart before the horse, though, because, again, the Star Center is fully funded through the budget, depending on our projected income with the with full payment of everything. That includes paying for Bambi and the staff over there. And I worry about the ripple effects of not having that. And I was showing a document earlier where we could still maybe have it fully funded and then work with the organization that's renting it, the field hockey people that are renting it, and then we could use it in addition to them. I'm not fully grasping that, and I'd really like to, I think we should sit down with George and Steve and Bill and you and I, and maybe John Norvell to sit down and hash this out so I have more information, because I think, I feel, I think you're doing the absolute right thing. It's a great idea, and I love it. I just don't know how comfortable I feel moving forward with it right now.
So if I could ease some of your burden, in speaking with members of the administration, that would be Bambi, and speaking with the Rec Council, the fact that there's a contract right now for the rental of the large gym with the field hockey group does not impact what they're trying to do. They're trying to rent the small gym for wrestling and the large gym for basketball, but they can work outside, like around the field hockey folks. When I speak with Bambi, she doesn't seem to see an issue with that because you'd be getting 50% more than the full rental rate at that time. Now, speaking of the budget, you know, you mentioned this before, and you have to forgive me, but in the FY24 projections or projected revenue, does that include a fully rented gym and small gym? And if it does, how often are those fully booked? Because, I mean, the only actuals that you would have to consider would be the prior year. And the prior year was 50% of the year booked in the large gym at a 50% reduced rate. So I'd love to understand where the concern is for the, you know, the FY24 budget. And again, remember that this is just the fee that we're taking the opportunity to amend at this moment in time because we're looking at the fee. The FY24 budget is still like a month and a half away. So we have the opportunity to make adjustments in the revenue portion if that were necessary.
Do we have an answer for that?
I do not know the detail of the rent of the large gym. I don't know if either of you remember the details. It's been too long since I looked at it.
I do. So when she was putting her projections together for both gyms and the auditorium, she was presuming that the Parks and Rec was going to take it for the same period of time, but she wasn't presuming that they were doing it at 50% because the administration was not in favor of that. So that's that part of it. The other part, I think, where we may have some issues is not cleaning the bathrooms every day. So you're saying cleaning the bathrooms once a week?
No, I'm saying that isn't the custodial under contract? I mean, that was the situation last year. Is that no longer the same situation?
So on if no one's using the facility, then no one's over there. I don't think anyone's over there cleaning the bathrooms. Now they're cleaning the ones over in the auditorium because we have people housed there. So to say that we just aren't going to, I don't think we want to say we're not going to clean bathrooms except for once a week when we have people actively using the back gym and the front gym.
I don't think that that's what I'm saying at all here, Steve. I think
what did you say?
what I'm saying is that the city's going to share some of that burden.
So the city, you want the city to clean the gymnasium bathrooms, the lobby bathrooms. Is that what you're saying?
Well, so again, this is modeled after the same deal that the city had with the rec program last year, right? Mm-hmm. The difference being that now I'm saying, well, you know, they should, I'm agreeing, the rec program should pay for some of the custodial fees.
Okay.
Last year, the custodial fees were eaten by the city. Is that not a correct statement?
It is, and that was one of the issues that we had moving into this next budget year, was the cost incurred with the rec program in particular. and the opportunity lost. So that's sort of where we were then. So I think when I look at opportunity lost, the potential of having the gyms, and I think they're November to March, I think is typically when they go, is about a $95,000 revenue source for the city. I
If
think
it's rented. Yes.
But what I was saying is, if the Parks and Rec wanted to rent the facility for that period of time, I think it's $95,000, right?
Yep.
So for that, then we're agreeing to take 50% of that, if I'm hearing you right, for that same period of time, right?
Yep, and here's why, Steve, and I think that council, you should probably stay tuned to this too. So back in January, we passed Resolution 2023-01. Do you guys remember this one? It was because we were going to ask the state for bond proceeds to help fund the Star Center.
Right.
And in that, whereas the Havre de Grace Star Center is used by the residents of Havre de Grace and the greater community for many significant purposes which include but are not limited to the following: law enforcement education, an election polling location, an after-school and weekend recreation space for the Harford County Parks and Recreation activities organized by the Havre de Grace Recreation Committee Incorporated, a tax-exempt 501c3 corporation. We explicitly said that we support the use of our Havre de Grace Rec Committee for that space. So if the question is, why should we reduce the rate for this group? Well, I'll tell you why. Because all of us sat here and looked at what the administration proposed to us, which was this resolution, and we agreed to that. So to now sit back and say, well, we're not going to support them would be, I think, a missed opportunity. In this, it also says pickleball courts, event space, summer camps, and continually host performances for major artists, sold-out audiences. Are we charging for the summer camps? I know that there's a fee involved.
Yes.
Are we charging for the rental of the space for the summer camps?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are we charging for the use of the pickleball courts?
The pickleball courts, there's no fee.
Okay.
And that's open to the general public.
Understood.
Yep.
So, I mean, to the general public and to the taxpaying citizen,
Correct.
I would assume that we should support the Havre de Grace Recreation Committee. How much are we charging for the brand-new pickleball courts that we just installed at the community center?
The outdoor courts?
Yep, that's the one.
But we don't, you know
The
yourself.
pickleball courts, though,
we don't
the
shoot-
indoor pickleball courts will also be closed if there's a rental. There's a sign that says that, too.
Correct.
So, I mean, if there's no rental, they're open. If there's a rental, we'll.
Right.
Right, so we waive the fee for that purpose, right? We waive the fee. We have no fee for any other recreational space. You know, and here we have a group that needs that space, and we're not willing to help them with the fee?
No, so I think, and I wish we would have had this conversation prior to tonight.
Well, I know that you had it through Bambi, right?
I did, alls I had from Bambi was your request, council member. You didn't reach out to me.
No, I reached out to Council President, because I think we should all understand here, too, that in my mind, this is the chain of command, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so with that said, so part of the theory in which when the city funds the Parks and Rec program each year, so we funded, I think their request this year was $90,000, and we funded it at, don't hold me to it, $56,000 or somewhere in there. And that was that's been based on a couple of things. One is when Mr. Fillinger gives his annual report each year, part of that reporting is that about 42% of the Parks and Rec users are not citizens of Havre de Grace proper, within the corporate boundaries. So we kind of felt like, so should the citizens fully fund the parks, the Havre de Grace Rec Council that really is part of Greater Darlington, some of Aberdeen, outside of the corporate boundaries. So that was sort of the philosophy of why that number was kind of arrived at in years past. And that number's always been marginally 50-50, I'll say, for the rec programs. So that was that part of it. The other part was on the whole concept of a 50% reduction for the rec program was that the part of the Parks and Rec, each year they file their 990 with us for the previous year. And part of that was the last one that we received, we haven't, of course, haven't received this year's for last year, there was about a $46,000 surplus in revenues over expenses for the last reporting year.
For just 1 year?
For the last reporting year.
Or are you talking about a reserve?
No. So there's a separate reserve of about 320,000-ish, somewhere in there, that is on that same 990, because it shows it. So I don't know where that 320 landed after last year's tax reporting, because, like I said, we haven't got that yet. Part of the question that this has come up before when Mr. Fillinger came in, the question that the administration and I, when I was on council, asked is, what are you reserving the money for? Mm-hmm. What's the reserve for? And at that time, and I don't know what it is now because I haven't had that opportunity to even address this, was for lights up at the Chapel Road field. So I guess from when the administration looked at this overall was, one, trying to generate and maximize the potential revenue in the Star Center, and two is the Rec Council getting a fair shake as far as a contribution from the city. So I don't know what they get from Harford County. I don't think anything. Yeah, I think they get the support of the senior center over there, maybe some ancillary costs that may be absorbed. But from my perspective from the taxpayer is, yeah, I think that the taxpayer should support rec programs in general that feed into that feed for our children from 21078 that pay taxes. I'm not so sure that this body or the general taxpayer should fund a recreational program that encompasses, I'm not sure where. And we sort of took this same approach. It's not new. It's the same approach we took with the sailing school. You know, the sailing school came up with, I think, 24% of the kids that participate in the sailing school are from Havre de Grace proper, the corporate boundaries. And that's why we started throttling them back as well and told Captain Rick.
So can I dial this back for just a second? Because we're going down a rabbit hole about the budgetary needs. I'm talking about the fee. And you bring up the youth sailing school. Right. We have the same reduced rate that I'm proposing specifically for the Havre de Grace Youth Sailing Program. No rental fee or trash disposal fee charged. Fundraising events, no rental fee. This is for the community tent at Community Pavilion at Hutchins Park. Now to
there's no heating or electricity issues.
So there's still maintenance involved, man. I mean, there's still usage. We charge the fee for anyone else, and this is what I'm talking about right here. So when you're talking about folks, kids outside of Havre de Grace proper, that could mean Level, that could mean Darlington, it could also mean Bel Air. Mm-hmm. But we do know that Level and Darlington and even parts of Churchville will feed into Havre de Grace, not to mention the fact that we actually have a magnet program now. So kids from all over the county are coming all over, and I agree that the county needs to help out with the operational costs for the rec programs in general. It's an issue that's not just here in Havre de Grace. The 2024 proposed budget is cutting Parks and Rec by $736K. And unfortunately, my conversations with Castley back in January versus the conversations that the rec program has had as recently as 2 weeks ago are very different. And the support's just not there at the county level. So the Youth Commission is really working with folks at the committee to try and get their business process in order, try and understand what the total need is. And then if the situation were to arise where they have to reduce the number of folks that they can intake outside of the city of Havre de Grace, then that's just where they'll have to be. But right now, what they're trying to do is come up with their fundraising and schedule and all that stuff. We're in May. We're talking about something in November that's going to be a significant ask. I think that if we can at least guarantee that they'll have a space, you know, and it's affordable space. This will help with fundraising because they'll do like the Little League does, and they'll be able to get sponsorship banners and all that good stuff that'll be draped in the old Havre de Grace High School gym.
So, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Council President.
So let me ask, you had said before that, before the meeting, both you and John had showed me the paper that had the planned usage for rec in addition to the space being rented out to a different group. Could you go over that portion of, like, what portions are you asking for? Because, like, if we can get the thing fully rented by another group and we have minimal impact through rec,
Yeah.
I think this is a moot point.
Yeah, what we're talking about is basically the small gym being rented 4 days a week at 50%, while the big gym's rented at 100%. And then the basketball program was planning to work around the field hockey folks. I don't have the specific times for that. I know that the lady that runs the basketball just left. If anyone from the rec would care to speak, I would love to hear from them.
So if the place is fully rented at full cost through the other group,
Yep.
and then in the hours after they're done, the city would actually be bringing in additional revenue.
It's 150% versus 100%, Jim.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yep. And that's kind of my point, too. And again, this is just codifying the same deal that they got from the administration last year, before the administration had the ability to charge a fee.
Well, I'm going to make a motion. Unfortunately, I still think we need to sit down and figure this out, and it's not going to hurt to wait one meeting. We can reopen this and come back to it. But I really think we should table this and sit down and figure this stuff out and hash everything out. I think we can get there together, but I think we need to work together with administration and the council, and George and Steve, and get this to actually look good on paper. You understand what I'm saying?
I thought it looked good on paper now, Jim.
So I make a motion to table.
Council, I have a motion by the council president to table Councilmember Robertson's amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Martin. Table motion, no discussion. A split vote here. Someone do a roll call. Councilmember Boyer?
No.
Councilmember Schnegas?
Yes.
Council President?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson?
No.
Councilmember Zinner?
No.
Motion to table fails for lack of majority, 3-3.
All right, thank you.
President?
You still got a motion on the floor.
Any other comments?
No more comments. I think Casey does, though.
I have a question.
Boyer?
Did you say the field hockey group has the 50%?
No, field hockey's paying 100% for the big gym.
And are they not under Parks and Rec?
No, they're out of Bel Air. I think that they're a private group. I don't know the information there.
That's correct.
Okay. So would full price, so if somebody comes in wanting to pay full price, would that supersede half price?
In my opinion, no. Not if there's a contract.
Yeah, I don't know how you would do that if the Parks and Rec is under contract for 50% and then we get somebody comes in full price. Would you can't tell the Parks and Rec
For the
parents?
next year, say the next year, another group like field hockey comes in, whether they be basketball or somebody saying, well, we'll pay you full price for it.
When it's open, there's no contract with that period of time.
And I would like to submit.
There's no answer to that question yet. Is that a yes?
That's up to what the
Well,
council
the
is
answer
thinking.
is that it would be, I mean, if it's under contract, it's under contract. You couldn't renege on a contract because, you know, there are deposits
Right.
involved, all that good stuff.
Right, but the next year, if we were given Parks and Rec versus another program coming in for basketball, is that, I would assume that we would then say whoever's paying full price, because that's our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the citizens of Havre de Grace are getting all the money that we're putting into this this facility to make sure that it stays afloat.
Well, Councilmember Boyer, the citizens of Havre de Grace are the folks on the Havre de Grace Rec Committee and their children and the volunteers and all.
I'm very well aware of that.
But I would submit that, you know, if the financial position of the committee were to change in the future, this is always a fee that could be sunsetted, you know, or revisited at a time. You know, if suddenly people were knocking on the door, you know.
That's not my question. My question is.
In terms of
agree-
operations?
Do you
no,
agree
no.
that if we have another group coming in that's going to pay full price for the same amount, again, for a student sports program, that they get the.
No, because at the end of the day, what this aims to do is take up for the lack of indoor space. The gym space has been reduced with the new high school, middle school.
Do you know how many field hockey programs there are in Harford County? There are not very many. Do you know how many girls don't have as many opportunities to play sports? Because there aren't as many opportunities for them?
I think girls play sports on the rec program as well.
We have another group coming in that's at 50%. I think we have to make an agreement that whoever's going to pay the full price has to get the priority on that at the beginning of the contract year before there's a contract in.
What about adding a sunset at this time? We revisit in 3 years?
That's kind of where I was going with that, because, you know, you have the opportunity to sunset now, like give it an end date, you know, just to help them get their program together and their business side of the house together. We can add a sunset. I'm not opposed to that at all. Of course, council always has the ability to go back and sunset it themselves through legislation, right? So, I mean, if you wanted to amend my amendment with a chosen sunset date, I'm very amenable to that.
Can I say something real quick? Mr. Gambatoria, Director of Administration, gave some good points. Before council votes on this, I want just a couple things to be weighed in a little bit. Listen to all the arguments, all the debates. This is good. It was good to have this discussion. But, you know, the Star Center, and I've said this over and over again, is a monumental venture for the city. It actually is, I'm just going to say, it's a gamble for the city to take on a building that size. Coach Leah, she taught my daughter, she spoke earlier, and she mentioned about, we helped clean up the gym a couple years ago and all this other stuff. Well, that was when COVID was around, and none of the high schools were using their gyms, and none of the kids locally had any place to play. And I said to Lewis, we can get that gym open right away, but we're going to need help to clean up because it looked like a bomb went off in there because it had all the old school stuff in there. And we gave the gym for that season for free, minus custodial fees that we asked for. And then last year we gave for half price, but things have changed since then. We realized that the Star Center is such a big, complex place with the auditorium, with the gym and a small gym. We had to hire people to run it. So we had to have an events program manager, a facilities manager, administrative assistant to Ms. Johnson. That was, a year ago we charged half price, but now we have more expenses. And we're trying to keep this, we'll never break even on the Star Center, but we're trying to keep it as less of a tax burden as we can. We just spent $56,000 on new floors in a gym. Taxpayers paid for. So, if we're talking about gym space, well, maybe if we didn't have 50% of kids that, from out of town, maybe we would have gym space. Where are the schools at? Aren't the schools chipping in their gym space? There's a high school chipping in gym space, middle school, Havre Grace Elementary, Meadow Elementary. I mean, all the park programs around the county are supposed to be helping out our rec program committees. And now everyone makes me feel like, if we didn't have the Star Center, where would the poor kids play? I mean, there's rec programs. I mean, what I'm saying is, when you codify it, you're locking it up forever. Maybe we can have a discussion. Maybe we can work something out. But put it into a law really binds the hands of this administration when just the heating and air conditioning alone is almost a penny on the tax rate. So again, I mean, if 25 years of my life I've dedicated to working with kids. So this is not about kids. This is about my obligation to the city of Havre de Grace and the taxpayers. So I love kids. If this law passes, this amendment passes, that's great. We'll roll with it and we'll see if we can make it work. But there's a reason why we went full boat, full price this year, because of the liabilities we have with the cost. Also, I mean, the city's going to take the renters that pay full price no matter what. So, I mean, if there's a field hockey team that wants to pay full price and then afterwards somebody else wants to pay full price, we're going to take them too.
That's what I was alluding to is an operational decision, but also one that I think would open the mayor to liability.
The what?
That would be an operational decision. You were asking me, and as the fee states, I mean, a contract's a contract, but if you were to assume one contract over another, particularly one that comes in later, that's reneging on a deal, you would open yourself to liability.
No, we wouldn't do that to a contract. But when marketing, so what you're saying is if Parks Rec says, well, we want the next 5 years to just half price cost, again, that's clipping our wings on our ability to make revenue.
Yeah,
so
but
we're always
it's
going to
for
take the higher paying
good reason,
renter.
right? I mean, don't you see that as for a good reason?
That's not the point, Councilman Robertson. I done told you that I support the kids. Everything we've done is about the kids. I have a financial responsibility here. We have 4 employees now that building has to support. And now we're giving away stuff half price now. And that's all I'm going to say.
Well, I would submit, that if it were a full rental rate for the small gym and that the committee would have to go and find space somewhere, that I don't know that they would have the finances to do that. So in my mind, I mean, this is kind of a win-win for both situations. And even if it's just for this year, if we're going to sunset it at the beginning of FY25, wouldn't that be a win-win? I mean, again, that's 50% over 100%.
Whatever the council wants to do. I just enforce the laws. I was just giving my 2 cents because my job is to make sure it works.
I also have a concern in regards to, I'm hoping that this means that the cleaning fee will be charged no more than once per weekly rental, but we will be cleaning the bathroom more than that. And I say that because I remember a year ago when the Decoy Fest was going to come in, and I believe it was the day before or something, there was another event. The way that the bathrooms were used by the students, and when the Decoy Festival came in, they had problems with it. And we can't have weekly cleanings. Somebody has to be going into the bathrooms and making sure, from the city's point of view, that everything's okay on a day-to-day basis, if it's going to be run a day-to-day.
So it wasn't weekly cleanings. And again, this
So it
is...
says here, a cleaning fee will be charged no more than once per week, weekly rental.
Mm-hmm.
So that's either one of 2 ways. Either the city does it every day, but only charges once a week, or that we only clean it once a week. Which way did you mean it?
So according to Bambi, the rec folks didn't produce enough damage or clutter or whatever you want to say to necessitate a cleaning every day. And again, at that time, it was on contract at twice a week. The folks would come in and clean. And it just didn't make sense for the cleaners to come in every day. And again, we can change that.
Councilmember Shenanigans?
Just when working with children, we definitely have to clean it every day. If kids are in there, it needs to be clean, it needs to be safe for everyone involved. So I just think that, it's definitely something to consider with a cleaning fee, and however you want to, recommend that it's being charged, but it definitely needs cleaned every day.
Call for the question.
In regards to the cleaning.
Go ahead, Councilmember Zinner.
Okay, sorry. So in regards to the cleaning, could we say it with each use? And with each use. So whenever they use it, they clean it. Just with each use, because I mean, if nobody's using it,
Correct.
every day isn't,
I'm cool with that.
But with each use leads to Councilmember Shenanigans' point. Yeah, if you have children in there, If anybody in there, you want to clean it.
Children.
Yeah.
I believe it went last year that they had problems with toilets being clogged by large mounds of toilet paper in them.
If it's being used in conjunction with the, and I apologize for not being recognized, in conjunction with the other group, why would we have to pay two cleaning fees anyways?
You know, that was kind of the nexus of that line there. You know, it would be, basically the cleaning's done every day, but it would be subsidized by some entity.
Does that have to be codified? I mean, can that just be the agreement?
But, I mean, the way that the cleaning fees, to my knowledge now, work, as it states here in the fee schedule, the law, required $450 per day per event. Now, the way that operationally it's being handled by the administration is, you know, if there are two different groups renting out, then they share that cost. Yeah.
Councilmember Martin?
The only concern I have is no disrespect to Bambi Johnson, but the administration and chief of staff should be the one contacted about funding and what the impact is on our budget. I know that the budget isn't to be done, but this is something that's going to impact it, and I wish we would have had the time, and both the Parks and Rec and council were able to work with the administration to come up with some kind of understanding before we try to put something through.
Okay. Councilmember Shenanigans?
I have a question in regards to safety for the children with the Parks and Rec coming in. Who supervises the children? Is it volunteers, coaches?
They each have a background check.
Okay.
I can speak to that. Parks and Rec does a great job with making sure that there's people in the building. And they have people there when they're supposed to be and when they leave. We've had a couple very minor issues with maybe a door getting left open, but we've had that with other groups as well. It's nothing, kind of comes with the territory.
One last question. Who covers the insurance, the liability insurance for the safety of the children? Is it through the Park and Rec? Is it through the Star Center?
All city buildings carry insurance. Anyone that uses the building has to provide a certificate of insurance as well.
So each entity has to have.
Yeah,
Each entity has to have their own insurance?
Yeah, so we keep insurance on the building all the time, but anybody that's in there using it, then we're the other named as insured. So the entity, like when the Decoy Museum is going to use it for the Decoy Show, they provide a certificate of insurance to the city.
Okay. Thank you.
One more question?
Councilmember Zenner?
Yes, thank you. Is there a risk that if these increases are put through, that maybe the Parks and Rec Department won't be able to afford them? So consequently, may not be able to use the facility? So that we could end up with,
An empty gym.
well, or blanks in the calendar or whatever in terms of usage?
The only thing I know about Parks and Rec's finances is what's on their 990. I've had no conversations with anybody.
So you said they had $48,000?
$48,000 surplus over liabilities the previous year, 2021, I think, and they're carrying about a $330,000 balance.
Okay,
I guess in their reserves, I presume.
All right, so those reserves, are they eligible to be used for? You don't know?
I just look at the 990. It's a pretty basic document that they have to provide to us each year.
And the city has allotted $56,000 for this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they have the potential to be able to afford it, but maybe not.
Would it make sense to ask their treasurer? He's right here.
Council, you want to entertain the podium?
Sure.
Sure.
Jim, would you mind answering about the reserve?
Well, the reserve is there as
To all the viewers at home.
is, thank you. The reserve is there, and it's been gradually built up over 30 years, and the goal has always been to use it to expand our facilities. We used some money for that to light the tennis courts over here quite a few years ago now, and we're trying to raise money now to do some more lighting, because one of the big needs in the community is places for kids to play, not only during the day, but in the evenings. And lighting the fields up at Chapel Road is the only real option we have right now to do that, to expand that. So that's really where that excess fund, we call it the general fund, that money is meant to eventually be used for that.
Yeah. Thank you, Jim. So the Chapel Road field, which is not in city limits, right? And it's a county-owned field.
Correct.
So I think this is where I might have a little bit of heartburn is, so then what we're profiting off our Parks and Rec program, which is Havre Grace, which is the entire community outside of the city limits, then we are not willing to pay for facilities that are here, that are available, that we're improving, or Parks and Rec isn't, but they're willing to invest in a facility that's outside the city limits proper until the county. I think the county's got some responsibility in this.
Well, and I would say,
yeah, but,
could I say a couple things about that? One is, you're right, and we've gone to the county every year looking for money for that, and it never comes. Seems like there's always something more important somewhere else in the county. We've offered to, obviously pay a large part of the lighting fee on our own, but still we don't get approval from the county. So, and I don't agree with you. We're not wanting to not pay for what we're doing here at the Star Center, but the fee that you charge is just so high that if we have the basketball program, whatever, pay that entire fee, you're going to double what you're charging the kids, okay? And the kids in Havre Grace are not all made of money. Their parents aren't made of money. And so we try to keep our fees low. We always have among the lowest fees in the county for what we do, and we do really good jobs with our programs. I don't think you've ever seen any backwash on any of our programs.
Jim, can I ask you a question? Where did are all the schools being utilized? All the school gymnasiums?
The schools have started to play games with us too. Used to be we could easily use the two gyms. Used to be there were three gyms, the two gyms over there that you have now, plus the middle school gym. Now there's two gyms, so we've lost a gym altogether. And for some reason, high school has made it harder for us to use their gym. So we don't always have it available to us like we used to. So we have less opportunities to, and we have a very large basketball program. To have them all playing, we need, gyms to do it in. And we really lost a gym by this great improvement that the county gave us. So, that's the answer.
That's fine, thank you.
Can I ask a question? For the 50+ K that the city gave last year to the rec committee and is scheduled to give again this year, what do you do with that? I mean, how much of that is general operations? I mean, what do you guys, where do you come? Yep.
Yeah, we used to, and I don't know if we still do, give you a list of each program and what they get.
And that's available to council in the volunteer book, right?
Thank you.
And what we do is help support all the programs so that they don't have to charge so much. Like football is an expensive sport, lacrosse is an expensive sport.
So supplement the fees.
And another thing, the $50,000 that you give us, $56,000, a quarter of that goes to the Young at Heart program, which we inherited when the county built the senior center and they moved over there, and the city used to finance all that at their own building here.
that was 25 years ago. But, and so they still get about 25% of what the city gives us. It really goes directly to Young at Heart. So it's really more like 30,000.
And then out of that 30K, you have to pay for the refs, you have to pay for equipment.
Oh, yeah, trust me, the money the city gives us doesn't pay to run a program. No, it helps subsidize the programs.
So it probably won't go to pay for rent.
Well, it hasn't had to in the past, and that's, I mean, there's a possibility I don't know what we'll do as a council, but there's other ways to do it. We could take all the city money and use it just to rent the Star Center, but then you're only benefiting 4 programs. We've got 20 programs, so.
Okay. So council, I would, you know, I think that this kind of alludes back to the original thing that I brought up with the Youth Commission working with the Rec Council to try and get the business acumen in place. And, you know, now that they're faced with these new challenges, you know, this is gonna be quite the task. So what I'm asking us to do is, again, give the same deal that they had last year. I make the amendment to sunset it at the onset of FY25. So this is one more year for them to operate, hold their program successfully, and that gives them the opportunity to pursue the grants and fundraising opportunities that they're pursuing now.
Can I amend? How does that work?
He just amended his own amendment. He hasn't gotten a second yet. So I second that amendment. That's what we need.
So the amendment to the amendment proposed by Councilman Robertson, second by the Council President. Hold on one second.
This is going to get complicated.
While you're writing, I'll talk. The one thing that does upset me is when I was in Annapolis with our delegates, they specifically told me that they had asked like the baseball program and the rec program to send them a funding request. And nobody got a funding request to them. And they literally were writing their budget, getting ready to pass. They wanted to hand out money. And I called up Lewis and I said, hey, you didn't submit a funding request. And I guess by the time we got it sent in, it was too late. So one thing I would highly recommend next year is you lobby your delegates before, because, I mean, not to talk politics, but Democrats run the State House, and they're both Democrats, and they usually get what they want in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Same thing happens in Texas with Republicans. Okay? So talk to Andre and Steve, and, you know, because they want to give money.
Yeah.
They want to put it in there. They want to show that they're representing the people of Havre. They want to bring it back home. So I highly recommend you guys reach out to them as well. And shame on the county. Shame on the county. It's absolutely disgusting that we can't help with the rec program for our kids. Just shame on the county.
Pay just as much in taxes as everybody else.
Jim, if I could. One other comment. I was down there when Jimmy had this discussion with them. And if you see their offices, it's nothing but sports memorabilia from the local area. They weren't kidding when they said they wanted to bring money back to Havre de Grace. And they have. I mean, they've done stuff. They fought. I mean, we got the 250 and the 250 for the Star Center, 2 different grants. But like I said, we've got, as a group, we've got to get them the information they need to fight to get us more money for our rec programs. They're willing to do it. We need to follow up and make sure it happens.
Yeah, and I agree with both of you. That was a missed opportunity, and that's part of what we're trying to adjust now, you know, in dealing with the business side of the house. One downside about a large group of volunteers is they're all very dedicated and very good at their specific tasks, but trying to coalesce that into like a specific thing and move forward had been kind of an issue. So that's a situation that's being addressed, and I have faith that this year it will get addressed.
Are you, I want to address the cleaning fee portion of your motion. And I'm thinking that if you said the full cleaning fee will not be charged no more than once per weekly rental, and that'll allow it so that there is some wiggle room
I second that amendment.
to allow volunteers to clean the bathrooms. But in the absence of volunteers cleaning the bathrooms, then it needs to be paid for.
I can chime in on that. That's not acceptable.
Oh,
To have
why?
volunteers cleaning the bathroom.
Is it a liability
Yeah.
issue?
But we're talking about,
The bathrooms?
Picking up trash or, mopping
the
the
floors
floor
and
is
stuff
a
like
different
that.
story, but bathrooms is a little bit different.
but back to your amendment, that was, what was it, 50% of the cleaning fee? Or the full rate of the cleaning fee not to be charged more than once a week? Is that what you said? Okay, I'll second that. Well, can we do that? There's already.
I'm completely confused by where we are.
Let's do this. Why don't you withdraw your original motion and then reword the whole thing, make it clean? How's that sound?
All right, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, and your second originally was Councilmember Zinner. Do you accept Councilor Robertson's withdrawal? And if you want to take a second,
Yes.
Jason, to maybe write it down or just get your thoughts together and then make a clean motion altogether with everything in there, the sunset and all that stuff. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I got it. So, you ready for this?
Yep.
I move to amend the fee schedule as follows. To create the sub-line under the Star Center that reads reduced rates for Star Center with a bullet point for Havre de Grace Recreation Committee. And the text reading reduced to 50% rental rate for large gym and the small gym. Full cleaning fee to be charged no more than once per weekly rental. A sunset on this fee reduction at the beginning of FY '25. Is that clear?
Sunset at beginning of FY '25.
Roger that.
A sunset on this fee reduction at the beginning of 2025 is what you
You got it.
said. FY.
One quick question on it, Jason.
Is it,
You said the cleaning fee to be charged. I thought the conversation was on usage. So if it wasn't used, but if it's being used by a group, that it should be clean. So that's the question.
Mike?
The question I have is, on your amendment, is should cleaning fee to be charged upon usage rather than?
Well, it's per weekly rental because they're renting for like 4 days out of the week. So we're just not charging the full rate every day. It's per week. That would be the idea. Does that make sense, Dave?
Mm-hmm.
They always rent for 4 days at a time, at a stretch?
For the wrestling, I know that they do, but basketball as well. I'm seeing heads go north and south.
Basketball is different days, though.
Okay, yeah, but it's still 4 days a week, right?
Last year they did Monday,
Okay,
and then
yeah,
weekends were a different animal.
gotcha.
So both programs from 5.
So both programs use at least 4 days a week. Got it, thank you.
clarification, is it the beginning of FY '25 or the beginning of 2025?
Sunset at the beginning of FY '25.
Okay.
So that's June of '24. I'm sorry, July of '24, or June 30th, July 1st, whatever, however you want to split it.
Okay, Councilman Robertson, you recrafted your amendment in its entirety. Do I have a second? Councilmember Zen, you want to second
Yes.
that? Okay.
Thank you.
Any further debates or discussion? Everybody understand the amendment?
I'm sorry, I'm still getting hung up on the bathrooms. But, okay, okay, this is the fee for the week, but every day they're going to be cleaning the bathrooms. Because if it's going to be used 4 times by the same groups.
Right, but there are other groups in there as well, so everybody shares the fee.
Okay, just as long as the bathrooms are getting cleaned every day.
Yeah, the bathrooms, that was never under question.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, sorry.
Hold on one second. Any other questions?
No, I just was wondering what's not true.
All right, it's okay. This is council discussion. What else did you
No,
have a
that's-
question for?
that's- I'm done. That was it. That was what I wanted to be clear on.
Okay, so, any other questions? Everybody understand what you're voting on?
I would like it restated. Please.
Want it restated?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Robertson, would you like to do that one more time for us?
Sure. I have to call my boss, tell him I'm gonna be late for work tomorrow.
So, reduced, the rental rates reduced to 50% rental rate for large gym and the small gym. Full cleaning fee to be charged no more than once per weekly rental, with a sunset of the fee beginning in FY '25.
Thank you for your clarification.
One more time.
You know what, y'all?
Meeting.
Okay. On Councilmember Robertson's amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Councilmember Robertson's amendment carries 6-0 in the affirmative.
God bless you all.
You gotta stop taking stuff personally, man.
Huh?
You gotta stop taking stuff personally.
It is personal.
It's not personal.
It's really, I internalize too much. Ask my wife, she hears all about it.
Council, we're still under the question for ordinance 1102. We have a motion to adopt on second reading by Councilman Robertson, second by the council president. Any further questions or comments on this ordinance before the roll call vote? Council, roll call vote on ordinance 1102 as amended. Councilmember Shenegis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zinner?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Council President Ringsager?
Yes.
By roll call vote is 6-0 in affirmative. Ordinance 1102 concerning amending City Code 70 fees is adopted and approved on second reading. Item B, ordinance 1103 concerning improving extension of temporary moratorium on short-term rentals, and that will go to the council president.
I'm just, first off, I'm wondering if we've ever had a meeting with 2 breaks in it.
It's up to you guys.
No, I'm fine right now, okay. Mr. Mayor, council, citizens all, thank you all for coming. I make a motion to introduce ordinance number 1103 concerning approving an extension of the temporary moratorium on short-term rentals for second reading and adoption.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Council President, second by Councilmember Martin.
Council President.
This is a motion to introduce ordinance 1103 on second reading. Questions or comments on the introduction? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion introduced on second reading carries 6-0 in the affirmative. Ordinance 1103, an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article and the land use article of the annotated code of Maryland, and sections 33 and 34 of the Havre de Grace City Charter to extend a temporary moratorium on the approval and issuance of permits within the city's municipal limits for short-term rentals. Council, I have a motion to adopt ordinance 1103 on second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, second by Councilmember Shenegis. Questions or comments? Council President?
This is pushing back the moratorium from April to 1st of July, just to save money on mailing. It's going to save us a significant amount of money. So we're just pushing it back, buttoning up a few things, but just a small little pause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council President. Any other further questions or comments? Okay, council roll call vote on ordinance 1103 on second reading. Councilmember Robertson.
Aye.
Councilmember Shenegis.
Yes.
Council President Ringsager.
Yes.
Councilmember Martin.
Yes.
Councilmember Zinner.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
By roll call vote, 6-0 in the affirmative, ordinance number 1103 is adopted on second reading. Item C, ordinance 1104, second reading concerning approving, affirming, and ratifying the agreement to supply municipal water to the city of Aberdeen. Council President.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I make a motion to introduce ordinance number 1104 concerning approving, affirming, and ratifying the agreement to supply municipal water to the city of Aberdeen for second reading and adoption.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by the Council President, seconded by Councilmember Martin. This is a motion to introduce ordinance 1104 on, this is just a motion to introduce ordinance 1104 on second reading. Questions or comments on introduction? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce ordinance 1104 on second reading carries 6-0 in the affirmative. This will be an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution, the local government article of the annotated code of Maryland, and sections 33 and 34 of the Havre de Grace City Charter for the purpose of approving, affirming, and ratifying the agreement to supply municipal water to the city of Aberdeen. Council, I have a motion to adopt ordinance 1104 on second reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Zinner. Questions or comments? Council President?
So you guys remember when we approved the thing for Aberdeen, the agreement, that we ratified the same thing? We're just re-ratifying it, bringing it up to date. This was significant time ago. COVID happened and all that stuff, and fees and costs and stuff are raising. So we just want to reaffirm and get this project moving.
Thank you very much, Council President. Councilmember Martin?
Mr. Mayor, council, citizens here and at home, the other piece of this is we should be starting to pump the water the end of the fall, beginning of winter. So we should start seeing a supply stream of revenue coming back into the city, which was the whole goal about selling bulk water, which is what Havre de Grace needs to do to help sustain and maintain our water and sewer system.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Martin. Councilmember Boyer?
I have a question. So I'm pretty sure this is in people's minds. The amounts that were negotiated that are on this initial fee schedule don't include the proposed 10% increase in water costs. So how does this account for it, and how do we move forward on that?
So my understanding of the agreement is that it accommodates increases in costs so that when the city increases, if there's an increase in municipal water costs, there's a corresponding increase in the rates for Aberdeen. That's incorporated into the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other further questions or comments? Okay. Ordinance 1104, second reading, roll call vote. Councilmember Martin?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer? Yes. Councilmember Robertson?
Yes.
Council President Ringstocker?
Yes.
Councilmember Shanegas?
Yes.
By roll call vote, ordinance 1104 is adopted and approved on second reading. Item D, ordinance concerning the fiscal year 2024 tax rate. Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, I move to introduce ordinance concerning establishing tax rates for FY 2024 under first reading.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Councilmember Robertson, second by Councilmember Zinner. This is a motion to introduce the 2024 tax rate. Any questions or comments on the introduction? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce the tax rate ordinance on first reading carries 6-0 in the affirmative. This is an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, pursuant to the authority provided by the annotated code of Maryland, Tax Property Article Title VI and the Local Government Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, fixing the tax rate for the fiscal year July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024 on each $100 of assessable real property, personal property, and providing an additional special tax levied within the critical area, special taxing district, and setting the service charge for the semi-annual property tax payment option. Council, have a motion to adopt ordinance 1107. That's going to be ordinance 1107, by the way. Ordinance 1107 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Robertson, second by the Council President. Questions or comments? Roll call vote on ordinance 1107. Councilmember Robertson.
Aye.
Councilmember Zinner.
Yes.
Councilmember Martin.
Yes.
Council President Ringsager.
Yes.
Councilmember Schnegas.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
Roll call vote of 6-0 in the affirmative. Ordinance 1107 concerning the 2024 tax rate is adopted on first reading. Council President, public hearing will be next Monday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That'd be May 8th.
8th.
Okay. We have a public meeting right here at City Hall, May 8th at 6 p.m. Just remind everybody at home watching this, this is an off-council meeting scheduled public hearing. So normally we have our public hearings at the following council meeting, but because it's got a time schedule with it, we're going to have a public hearing here next Monday, not at a council meeting, but just right here at council chambers at 6 o'clock, if you want to come and speak on the tax rate ordinance. Which, by the way, if you're sitting at home and you're wondering, what is the tax rate? It's about 56.5 cents. We haven't raised it. We're not raising the tax rate or lowering it. It's the same as it was. So you can go to bed now.
Good night.
Let everybody know.
It ever was.
What's that?
And the days go by.
Yep, that's right. So tax rate has not changed. Don't ask me about constant yield. Just don't worry about it. So, okay, we're going to go to ordinance, or the next one, ordinance E. Ordinance concerning fiscal year 24 water and sewer rates. Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, I move to introduce ordinance concerning establishing water and sewer rates for FY 24 under first reading.
Second.
Council, I have a motion by Councilmember Robertson, seconded by Councilmember Martin. This motion to introduce the water and sewer rate ordinance on first reading. Questions or comments on introduction? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion to introduce the water and sewer tax rate ordinance carries 6-0 in the affirmative. This is going to be ordinance 1108, an ordinance by the Mayor and City Council of Havre de Grace, Maryland, adopted pursuant to the authority of Article 11E of the Maryland Constitution and the Local Government Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, Sections 33 and 34 of the Havre de Grace City Charter, City Code Chapter 196, and Exhibit A, thereto establishing the city water and sewer rates and service participation fees for the users of the city water and sewer system. Council, to have a motion to adopt ordinance 1108 on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Robertson and second by Councilmember Schnegas. Questions or comments? Okay, roll call vote. Roll call vote on ordinance 1108. Councilmember Boyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Martin.
Yes.
Councilmember Schnegas.
Yes.
Councilmember Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Zinner.
Yes.
Councilmember Ringsager.
Yes.
By roll call vote of 6-0 in the affirmative. City Council Ordinance 1108 dealing with the water and sewer rates for 2024 is adopted and approved on first reading. Public hearing to be next Monday also, correct? So yes, next Monday, May 8th, right here at City Hall at 6 o'clock. preceding the public hearing on the tax rate ordinance, which is 1107. And for those of you at home wondering what the water and sewer rates will be, unfortunately, it's not as cheery as the tax rate, which didn't change. Your water and sewer rates will be changing. Easiest way to put it would be a 10% increase in your water and sewer rates. About, what did I say earlier, about roughly $1.59 a 1,000 gallons, something like that. So we haven't raised the water rate in 5 fiscal years, but in all transparency, you know, what we just read, what is being read into the record tonight, and what we'll have a public hearing and another hearing and a vote on the following Monday. I just want everybody to know that the city administration has proposed to the council a 10% increase in water and sewer rates, which would be about $1.59 for 1,000 gallons, additional of what you already pay. So, okay. Item 14, old business. We have no old business. Item 15, new business. We have no new business to discuss this evening, which is pretty rare. Usually we have events and things like that. I'm impressed. That's unusual.
Holidays to not have them.
Thank God for small favors. All right, Director's report. Mr. Gamatori, Director of Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just a few things. I just wanted to clarify a couple comments that were made earlier this evening from some of our folks that came to the microphone. One being the comment regarding food trucks. So food trucks are captured under Section 127, and it's stated in the fee schedule in the under line 91 through 107. That was, Ms. Maslin had made a comment that, you know, there's nowhere in the code that we address food trucks, and it is in there under 127. The other comment about the International Building Code, we will put a link, we use the counties, so we'll put a link on our site that'll take people right to the International Building Code on the county side. So, so they will have the latest update and accessibility to that. Our planning department does have a link on their site that you can look at the property maintenance codes, the international maintenance codes for property. So that's on there as well. And my last comment will be on the discussion on short-term versus long-term rentals, so I can beat that in the ground and beat the final drum on that. The one important factor that wasn't discussed tonight was when we were looking at short-term rentals, one of the reasons why we even came to the public work session, or the council work session, was to make sure that we are managing and not losing the integrity of neighborhoods with a lot of these short-term rentals popping up everywhere. So as my esteemed colleague, Mr. Boissier, stated, you know, we have certain amount and in certain locations. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time to the folks over in the east.
Thank you, Mr. Gamatori. Good evening, Mr. Boissier.
Good evening. The department's been working on trying to get some grant funds to implement some projects. So I have about a 15-minute presentation. I'm just kidding. So we're working on about 4 grants right now. So the Maryland Bikeways grant just opened to help put in bikeways and pedestrian ways and feasibility studies. The window for that grant opportunity is open this month, and we plan on pursuing that. U.S. Housing and Urban Development has the Thriving Communities Grant, which would help implement our comprehensive plan through changes in our zoning code, which we're looking into. The Maryland Historical Trust has a certified local government program. I have a meeting on Wednesday with the representative from that program to let us know how we can take our existing ordinance and still be able to hopefully meet their program requirements and be able to get funding for our some of the historical properties and things that we do with historic properties in the city of Havre de Grace. And then I'm also working with the U.S. Economic Development Administration. I spoke with their representative about putting together a strategic plan for the community that would allow us to fund infrastructure projects that were in commercial and industrial areas for economic development purposes. So all those are kind of ongoing, and we hope that we're successful in getting those. And then just briefly, we have our April permit numbers in. 3 new construction permits, all those were in Bully Rock, and we had 9 renovation permits, but there's a lot of stuff going on before people are getting the building permit, so I expect that number to tick up during the year. And that's it from planning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bourget. Appreciate the update. And good evening, Ms. Bridget Johnson, Director of Economic Development and Tourism. How are you?
I'm doing well, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and citizens at home. I only have 3 brief points to make. One, I would like to congratulate our economic development consultant again, Wanda Boker, who successfully submitted a grant last year. We received approval today. It made George very happy. The grant was to the Federal National Park Services in the amount of $48,000 with no required match. So it's a full $48,000 to the city. We wrote this as a partnership with the Green Team, the Colored School, the Lighthouse Museum, the Arts Collective, and the Historic Preservation Group. This grant will afford each of those organizations $5,000 to research and write the narrative for self-guided walking tours in the city. So we will manage the grant here and manage the money to the organizations, and they also received $1,200 to organize events around the walking tours. So we were happy to do this. The reason why we got the grant is due to the partnerships with these teams. So we did not let them know that. So if they're still up and watching tonight, congratulations. We'll be in touch with you tomorrow morning. We also plan to start installation of our LED lightings with our Maryland Smart Energy Grant this month in the water treatment plant building. The LEDs should be installed in the water treatment building, the wastewater treatment building, in the community center by the end of August. We have been working with Joe Conaway, getting this on the schedule. So this is a 5-year grant. We are still in year one, heading into year 2. And last but not least, First Fridays is this Friday, May 5th. We've been putting the information out there pretty much all month. We are expecting a large crowd. Well, we're always expecting a large crowd, but we are as well. This Friday, we have Paul Jr. with the TV show American Chopper will be here. He is going to unveil his latest project, which was built specifically for the owner of Reliable Scaffolding Insuring Services. If you need additional information, as we always say to the community, follow us on explorehavertygrace.com, Explore Haverty Grace Facebook, Instagram, and all of our other social media platforms. In addition to Paul J. being in town this Friday, there will also be a drone flying over First Fridays, taking videos and pictures of the living shoreline, as well as the event and the crowd size. This helps us as well as we pursue additional funding for tourism and marketing related grants. If there are no questions, I am done.
Any questions, Council? Bridget, thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Horty, Director of Finance.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, citizens. At the risk of being threatened that I don't start this conversation with, and in conclusion, the general fund right now is sitting at just over $3.7 million. It declined about $680,000, but in our anticipated this year in the budget, it was supposed to decline about $870 because it wasn't a big revenue couple of weeks. So we're actually still improving against where we thought we would be. We're ahead of the budget by $1.8 million right now. The Water and Sewer Fund is sitting at just a tad over $1.3 million. It increased almost $200,000, and that was about $430,000 better than what we thought we would do this last couple of weeks with the budget. Most of that can be attributed to the revenues of $570,000 in the Water Sewer Fund. The Marina Fund is sitting at a fund balance of about $937,000. We declined for the 2 weeks a whopping $800, and we actually improved to the budget by about $20,500. We had about $15,000 in revenue and just over $16,000 in expenses, so it was pretty much a break even for that. And that is as fast as I can do the report. if you have any questions.
Council, is there any questions, Mr. Doherty? Okay, George, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Malizer, Director of Public Works, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President, council members, citizens. I'll be quick as well. I just wanted to say that it was an honor to watch Cole and witness his grandfather pin him. That was a special moment, and it was a testament to several of the DPW folks that showed up to join with PD. So looking forward to him making our team greater and the city better. So I appreciate that. That was a special moment. Last week's river sweep and cleanup went well. The team collected about 51 bags of trash, some bulky items. I just wanted to give a shout out to Michelle Weidman, our procurement officer. We planned on having about 8 dumpsters, only used 1. The citizens only filled up 1. So she was able to negotiate about $2,400 to save our citizens some money. So hopefully it can go to cleaning some bathrooms. And First Friday prep, as Bridget mentioned, JD's going to be down. We already trimmed up some of the areas and tried to weed eat. JD will be going around. They might be lighting some stuff on fire. Don't call PD. We know. So that's a good way to get the weeds out without using fertilizer. That's all I have. Thank you.
Council, any question for EJ? Thank you, EJ. Appreciate it. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This coming weekend, I think, is going to be the city's opening day for the summer special events, because we do have a lot going on starting Thursday, but Friday, of course, we have First Friday, the Golden Rule Peace Boat, the Decoy Festival, we have Farmers Market, 5K, Women's 5K by the Bay, and of course, Defenders Day with fireworks, an Anglers Tournament, a Bassmaster Tournament, a Foreigner Journey concert. We've got a lot going on. Now, I say all of this because it's a very good thing, but it also will bring in a lot of folks, as you said, Ms. Johnson. So we really want people to pay attention to the roads, barricades, where they can't drive, where they can't park, and then also where they can. And also, please pay attention to what the officers tell you if they're giving you any kind of directions, because we don't want anybody getting hurt at all at any of these events, because they are great events. The last thing that I have is for the Special Olympics Maryland Torch Run. We will be doing our Torch Run in mid-June, so we have this year's Torch Run t-shirt, and I really like it because it says champions are built in Maryland, and we're talking about not just the great Special Olympic athletes that we have, but also everybody that supports them. So we have a shirt here, and I think it's pretty nice. Like I said, it's not obnoxious looking or anything like that, and the money goes for a good cause. It, again, goes towards our Special Olympic athletes. And we also have a hat. Both the hat and the t-shirts are $15 a piece, so if anybody is interested, would like one of the shirts, please let us know. You can call the PD, email us, whatever, and we'll make sure that you get one or both or whatever. I got yours. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chief. Any questions for the Chief? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Shenanigans.
Cost of the shirts, please?
$15
Thank you.
for the shirt, $15 for the shirt, and then $15 also for the hat.
Can I see the hat again, please?
Sure.
There you go.
There you go. Lovely. Thank you.
Love it. Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, business from the mayor. 1, 2. Okay, let me start with page 1. No, real quick. Okay, so the elections tomorrow. Everybody get out to vote. Remember, the polls close at 8. And the new voting for the old timers that can't remember things, and I know you're so used to going to St. Patrick Hall to vote, and then you started coming here during COVID, but no, everything's at the Star Center, which is the old high school gymnasium. So please go vote. The polls open at 7 and they close at 8. We have 7 Havre Grace citizens running for 3 council seats tomorrow. So please go out and vote. Again, as Mr. Johnson said, First Friday is this Friday. That is like the biggest question I get all year. When's First Friday? I get it in January and they ask me when it is. I mean, anyway, but the point is this. It's finally here in May. First Fridays. Another big event Saturday from 1 to 6, or I'm sorry, not 1 to 6, 1 to 8:30 or till dark is the Defenders Day. Now, a lot of people don't know this or they keep forgetting, probably because it rains every year. But we actually have a municipal holiday that we, by resolution, council approved several years ago. That the first weekend of May is to recognize John O'Neill and the impact of our invasion in the War of 1812, May 3rd, 1813. So the first weekend of May is a very special weekend in the city of Havre de Grace with all the festivals we have going on, Decoy Festival, and you know, so First Fridays usually happens. So the Defenders Day is just basically our city celebration down at the Lighthouse. So come down at 1 o'clock. The weather's supposed to be great. Sunny and 67 for a high. And there's going to be food trucks and live music and all kind of vendors and crafts and, you know, a beer garden. The proceeds of the beer garden supports the Independence Day Commission, which is a significant fundraiser for them to hold the event. So and it's followed up by fireworks at the end of the night. So the city, Havre de Grace, celebrates its destruction. When my students, they always ask me, why you guys celebrating that? You know, you're not, well, do you need a reason to have fireworks? Or anyway, but yes, so Defenders Day weekend, this Saturday, and all kind of stuff going. Yeah, that the Golden Rule boat is going to be Hutchins Park this weekend, so stop by and see the Golden Rule. It's a pretty historic boat. If you don't like nuclear war, go check it out. Let's see, we also have, last thing I want to talk about, and if you go vote tomorrow, you get to see the brand new floors at the gym. So up there on the screen, there's a handful of pictures. So the floors were pretty bad shape, the main gym and the auxiliary gym. So we kind of figured, we talked to the company, and the last couple times they were done, they were actually just, you know, laminated over continuously. This time they actually, you know, sanded it all down to the wood. They did an excellent job restaining it and, relaminating the wood. So it looks beautiful. And of course, we put the Star Center logo there now. We still have the Havre de Grace Warrior stuff on the walls, but we put the Star Center logo there now. And when everybody goes to vote tomorrow, you'll see those beautiful, brand new, shiny floors. It's got that cool smell, you know what I mean, that new high school floor smell. So hope to see you at the polls so you get to check it out. With that said, we are going to roll out to business from the council. Councilman Robertson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, city staff, ladies and gentlemen, still here and at home. I have nothing to say.
Thank you, Councilman Robertson. Councilor Schneges.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Administration, our fine members in the audience, and those at home. I would just like to say, get out this Friday and ride the tide. It definitely is in full swing. Our electric trolleys are wonderful. We have a few new drivers, so please be patient with them as they learn the roads with you on it, and they definitely will become more vocal if you happen to have one of our new drivers. So I had a good time interacting with the community, both on foot and on the trolley this weekend. So everyone's out there trying to be safe and do the best thing and enjoy our community. I highly endorse everyone, or I should say recommend everyone getting out tomorrow, anytime between 7 and 8, and electing officials to continue serving your community. Thank you and have a good evening.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Schneges. Councilman Martin, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. No comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman Martin. Councilman Boyer, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to wish luck to all the candidates. I want to let everybody know that the green team at the farmers market on Saturday will be selling our compost. So thanks to the council president, we've celebrated, you know, over 100,000 pounds of product put in, and now we have the compost coming back. So the green team will be selling them in, I believe, 4-pound bags, so it'll make it easy for you to transport it at the farmers market. And it is a fundraiser for the green team to help us keep things going with all the wonderful projects that they do. And the other,
How much?
I think it's going to be between $4 to $5
Cool.
for it. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what they came down with.
I'll bring a cart.
Yeah, and we were trying to figure out for a standard size bed, how many of them you will need, and it got really complicated really quickly talking to gardening people. So you can just buy as much as you want. So I want to just say something, Tim, if it's possible, for the bike grants that you're looking at. Things that have been discussed is maybe engineering studies on Chapel Road.
That's included?
That's just something that's, not only is it brought up all the time in street and traffic safety, but even more so, a lot more people are coming up and talking to me throughout the community about how we need to do something about Chapel Road, and there's so many people walking or biking, and it's just not safe.
Okay.
I recognize that it is not going to be an easy project to do, but we got to start planning. So that's just my recommendation on that one.
Yeah, that is actually already included. The feasibility study includes Chapel Road.
That's awesome. Okay. And that's it. Oh, hey, Carolyn, this is next to last. It's the long goodbye. But when you're not gone yet, so.
I'm not going far.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Boyer. Good evening, Councilmember Zinner.
Good evening. First, I want to thank everyone for approving the new members for the Historic Preservation Commission. And I've been talking to people about going out and voting, and some of them are saying they don't know about the election tomorrow. So if you're talking to your friends, remind them to don't come alone. Grab one of their friends and come down and vote. Mr. Gamatoria has ordered 3,000 ballots, so we want to make use of every single one of them. So, Anyway, we have great candidates, and I know the decision's going to be difficult for. My time's up.
Time to leave.
Oh, the lights are going to go out. Oh, boy. Okay, just go vote tomorrow. I'll see you at the polls. I don't know what time I'm going to be there, but I'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zinner. And Council President.
Mr. Mayor, Council, wow, that was weird. What's that? Nothing. Oh, okay. Did you guys know that it's a federal law, you can't be arrested while you're in a voting booth, actively voting? So I've got to figure out something to do. Either tear a tag off a mattress or light up a cigar, I don't know, but,
It doesn't matter,
have
you
to try
gotta
it.
leave something.
God, I don't know. But good luck to all the candidates tomorrow. I'll keep this real quick. I want to go home too. Want to congratulate Sydney Cook and Eliana Andreen for receiving their Girl Scout Gold Award this weekend. So congratulations, ladies. And Mr. Mayor, I think we need to go home.
Okay. Thank you very much, Council President. Takes us to item 19 on tonight's agenda, which is adjournment.
So moved.
Council, do I have a motion?
Second.
Councilmember Martin, second by Council President. Questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The May 1st, 2023 City Council meeting is over at 11:02 p.m. Thank you.
Hey, we still have one person in the audience.
The longest one for me.
In 2009, when we were dealing with the MOE zoning, we went past midnight once.
Until when?
Yeah. All right, everybody, have a good night, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Did you go that night?
What?